Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call to order the June 22nd, 2026 Cincinnati School Board meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, and just as a reminder, when all of our lovely students are not in classes, we don't have them doing a wonderful video for us, so we do our Pledge of Allegiance by ourselves. Treasurer Guston, please call the attendance roll.
Ms. Armbruster.
Here.
Ms. Bolton.
Present.
Mr. Crossett. Here. Mr. Lindy.
Here.
Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Vice President Moffitt. President Craig.
Here. Yeah, that's right. You did. All righty. Vice President Moffitt, please direct us on how to participate in the hearing of the public.
Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public tonight may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information.
All righty, so I need a motion and a second to approve the June 22nd business meeting agenda.
So moved. Second. Okay. And a third.
All righty.
Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Mr. Crossett. Yes. Mr. Lindy.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. All right, so tonight's agenda is approved as posted. Do any board members have any acknowledgements or announcements or kudos to give? Seeing none? Okay. Well, I have one that I want to share. Let me grab it here. All right, so I want to send a special shout out to 17 students who will be competing in the Future Business Leaders of America National Leadership Conference in San Antonio, Texas. This includes 7 of the state champions and several who were finished in the top 4 at the state competition. So this is 15 of our high school students and 2 of our middle school students. They'll be competing on June 28th. And so again, they're being led by their advisor, Jim Martin, who is a teacher at Walnut, but really proud of all the students who are going to represent the district in San Antonio, which is a lovely place to be right now. Any other? I also want to give a kind of a little bit more of a fun and personal kudos. I don't know, we actually recognized our June birthday board members. And so we have 3 board members here. They actually sit in order, so that's kind of makes it easier for me here. But we have, I think most recently, Vice President Moffitt on the 19th.
Yay.
And then we also have both Board Member Bolton and Board Member Crossett who had birthdays. That just means they're getting a year younger, y'all, so just recognize.
I'm 29 again.
All righty. Superintendent, Treasurer Guston, do you all have any announcements or acknowledgements?
We do have a few certificated personnel who are retiring that we want to acknowledge, and we have 1 civil service staff member. So our first certificated personnel member is LaVon Cummings Burrows. She is a school social worker at Rising Stars Academy. And then we have Trina Tolbert. She's a teacher at Schroeder Middle School. And retiring from our Department of Curriculum and Instruction, we have Mr. Dave Traubert. He is our social studies curriculum manager. And then finally, under our civil service crew, we have Ms. Lynn Helbig, a senior information tech 2 in the treasurer's office. Should have let Mike do that. And then I do have one other kudos, and this is something for our marketing, communications, and engagement team. They have recently been recognized for their Here for Kids video series, nominated to receive an Emmy in category 421, which is education, schools, or children teen for short or long form content. This comes from the Ohio Valley chapter, so kudos to our comms team. Yay.
All righty. Vice President Moffitt.
We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer, President Craig. If you have any materials or presentations wanting to be distributed to the board, please give them to our board administrative assistant, Ms. Phyllis Davis, who has her hand up. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions that you may have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we do reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and when the timer goes off, we kindly ask you to stop. You can finish your sentence, though. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you are online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream meeting. Bob, how many speakers do we have online?
Madam Vice Chair, we have 3 speakers online.
3.
And all 3 of them, we need you to accept the invite, please.
Okay, well, I'm going to call down our in-person speakers, and you can come on down like they do at The Price is Right and get ready, and as our online speakers finish, we can call on you. Let's start with Michelle Thacker. You can be on deck. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Tayana Rice. David Rainier. Those will be the 3. Rob, are you ready?
Yes. Our first online speaker will be Abria Drummons. Abria, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Can you guys see me?
Not yet.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hold on, I think I have a delay.
We can hear you.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm pulling over. Sorry.
That's okay.
All right. Sorry about that. Hold on. Don't start my timer yet. I tried to get to you guys. I got you on my phone. Sorry, I got you on my phone. I'm driving. I just had to pull over. Sorry.
Please be safe.
Okay, I did. I'm sorry. I tried to make it. Sorry. Hey, my name is Abria Drummons. I'm just here before you tonight to speak on the equity issues at Fairview Elementary. And just to be clear, I'm unequivocally clear, I'm deeply committed to true equity in our schools. However, I am fiercely opposed to misinformation and misrepresentation of data. Recently, incomplete and deeply flawed data regarding student discipline was circulated. It did not reflect the reality of what is happening inside of Fairview. Unfortunately, this ill-informed data has been weaponized by a vocal contingent of critics, including members of the general public and members who are not even district members. They have taken a flawed narrative and run with it, using it to paint Fairview as a culturally biased institution. It is not. By rallying behind manipulated data, these individuals are not fighting for equity. They're creating a division of falsehood. True advocacy requires integrity. When we use inaccurate numbers to attack a school community, we aren't helping children. We're undermining the very institutions meant to serve them. We cannot allow the narrative of our school to be dictated by misinformation or by those driving a specific divisive agenda. Before we move forward with any next steps, we must anchor ourselves in truth. I have compiled the most current and accurate comprehensive discipline data for Fairview that can be used. That is the objective reality we be working from. I look forward to engaging in an honest, factual dialogue about how we can generally support our students, guided by real facts, not fabricated negative narratives. And at the very end of the day, the numbers were published by our assistant principal, but they were
Time.
inaccurate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Jillian. Jillian, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes. And Vice Chair, the third individual seems to have disconnected. I will let you know if we get them back.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jillian Whitaker. I am a CPS teacher and a parent of CPS students. As a reminder, everyone on this board was elected by voters of Cincinnati, which means that during the hearing of the public, everybody should be fully engaged. I was really disappointed in how uninterested some of you were at the last meeting. Moving on, our vision forecast says that parents and community members will be full partners and decision makers. At the meeting before last, you heard from dozens of those very people asking you to put a levy on the ballot. By insisting that certain conditions be met to satisfy 1 or 2 board members in order to secure their vote to even present a levy is frankly prioritizing your own preferences over the voices of the people you were elected to serve. I also need to address the constant narrative that teachers refuse to use curriculum. I've repeatedly raised concerns with our high school ELA curriculum. Has anyone actually asked what the barriers are outside of union conversations? Like what specifically in the curriculum makes teachers reluctant to implement it? I challenge you to come to a PD and actually talk to us. I'll be sending Ms. Phyllis my data on student success maker use this year to show the inadequacies in that program, including the fact that we have CCP students testing at an 8th grade level so that they have to continue to use the interventions. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the last 2 days, 9 people were shot in Cincinnati and 5 were killed. 1 had just graduated from Hughes. My students spent today talking about who was there, who almost went, and who had to run. Our kids are dying, their friends are dying. They talk about running from gunshots like it's an everyday occurrence that doesn't deserve closer examination. So when we talk about cutting school social workers, I need you to understand what that actually means. Those positions aren't a negotiable line item. They're the people who help students through grief, violence, instability, and crisis. They're the people who show up when our students are hurting. Holding up a levy that could fund the very supports our students need while blaming teachers for outcomes we're asking you to help us address and taking away the supports that our kids need is unconscionable. You are showing how removed you are from your student population. I can tell you that personally, I have the Citizen app. One thing, sorry, I just have to say, rest in peace, Cornelius. We should really be giving moments of silence to our students that we've lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the other online speaker come back, Rob? Okay. Well, if they come back, let us know. Ms. Thacker.
Good evening, members of the board, treasurer, superintendent. I am Michelle Thacker, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I serve as a buyer for this district, and my work helps ensure that schools have the materials, services, and contracts necessary to operate effectively and meet student needs. When procurement processes function well, classrooms receive resources on time, critical services remain uninterrupted, and staff can focus on educating students. When those processes are delayed, the effects can be felt throughout our schools. I work to process purchase orders accurately, maintain compliance with district policies and state requirements, and ensure essential contracts are in place at the beginning of each fiscal year. This helps prevent disruptions and allows schools to operate efficiently. Though careful oversight, I identified a vendor that had been consistently overbilling the district. Correcting that issue resulted in savings of more than $75,000. In addition, Though the incumbents process that I manage and oversee, I identified over $4 million in unused funds during that school year alone that have remained tied to open encumbrances. By reviewing and releasing those funds, they became available to support classrooms, educational programs, student services, and other district priorities. These are not just financial accomplishments. They represent funds that can be redirected to where they are needed most and ensure that taxpayer dollars are used responsibly and effectively. I would also like to emphasize that every position within the purchasing department serves a critical and distinct function. There is no overlap in our duties. Each role contributes to compliance, fiscal accountability, operational efficiency, and the timely support our schools depend upon. Currently, 6 employees report to Director Levins. 3 of those positions representing our department are being eliminated. I ask you respectfully consider the impact of those reductions on the district and our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Tayana Rice, and then I'm going to call down some more. So come on down. Stefan Pryor, Nichelle, you'll have to pronounce your last name for me. I don't want to mess it up. I think it's Ziarelli. Okay. And then Leslie Mooney. Ms. Rice, you have the floor. 2
Thank you.
minutes.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Treasurer, Superintendent. My name is Tayana Rice. I work in the purchasing department as an assistant buyer. And I am here tonight to respectfully ask that you reconsider the elimination of 3 positions within the purchasing department, which is the assistant buyer, the buyer, and the senior accounting technician. The purchasing department is already a very small yet mighty team, and currently only 6 employees report to our director, Trina Levins. Yet this team supports more than 60 schools, 20 district departments, and over 30 non-public schools. Every day, this small team manages procurement activities, vendor relationships, contracts, compliance requirements, financial processes, and keep the district operating efficiently. The purchasing department plays a critical role in ensuring that all the schools and departments receive goods, services, and vendor support they need to operate effectively. A reduction of this magnitude will result in delays in obtaining classroom materials, onboarding vendors, processing contracts, and resolving procurement issues. These delays do not remain within the purchasing department, but they affect classrooms, programs, and services students rely on every day. As staffing is reduced, turnaround times for requisitions and contract approvals will increase, placing additional administrative burdens on school-based staff and administrators. Time spent addressing procurement delays is time taken away from supporting instruction and student achievement. In addition to supporting daily operations, the purchasing department serves as an important compliance and risk management function for the district. Our team helps ensure contract compliance, vendor due diligence, vendor fraud detection and prevention, timely contract renewals, strong internal controls, and audit readiness. Reducing the department by half increases the risk of delays and fraud, oversight gaps, and operational bottlenecks that can affect multiple departments across the district. I respectfully urge you to consider the long-term impacts these reductions may have on the district's ability to support schools and deliver services to students efficiently.
Thank you. Mr. Renier?
My name is David Renier. I serve as a buyer in the purchasing department. I am also a property owner, taxpayer, and recently honored Employee of the Year. I am here today to speak in defense of the purchasing department and to express my concerns regarding the proposed elimination of 3 positions representing half of the department's staff. While those positions may disappear, the workload will not. The likely consequences will be reduced capacity to support schools and departments, slower response times, increased compliance risk, and delays that ultimately affect students, staff, and educational opportunities across the district. I am deeply grateful for the Employee of the Year recognition. However, this achievement would not have been possible without the dedication and teamwork of the entire purchasing department. This award reflects the work of our entire department. When a field trip is at risk because of a purchase order was not issued, we help resolve the issue. When teachers need books, furniture, instructional materials, food, or specialized resources, we work to find compliant and cost-effective solutions. When schools need transportation services or vendor support, our team helps make those services possible. In fiscal year 2026, our team managed nearly 10,000 requisitions, more than 700 contract amendments, over 3,300 contract approvals, and numerous requests for proposals. We also provide district-wide Business Plus and encumbrance training, assist staff with purchasing procedures, manage public record requests, and help ensure compliance with Ohio law and board policy. I respectfully ask the board to carefully consider whether the savings achieved through these reductions outweigh the operational impact on the district and the students we serve. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Rainier. Mr. Pryor.
Okay. All right. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Cincinnati Public Schools is facing a $50 million budget crisis that could impact teachers, counselors, art programs, and student service, while state policies continue to shift resources towards vouchers and charter schools. Our community must decide whether to invest in our public schools and protect opportunity for every child. I wrote this down, y'all. Believe it, huh? First question, how exactly will the $58 million in cuts affect students? 2, what administration reductions are being considered before cutting the school level service? 3, how much funding has already been directed from the public schools to vouchers? 4, what accountability measures would accompany a new levy? And 5, how will CPS ensure new revenue directly benefits classrooms and students, right? I'm almost finished. CPS, y'all can get money from the railroads. It's $1 billion there. That's infrastructure too. That's old infrastructure to students. Y'all can help build this back up. Chicago is facing a $732 million budget cut. Now, y'all can do better now. Come on, I'll vote for all y'all over here. Even you, Miss Eve, you've been here the longest, girl. You've been 30 plus years, girl. You my girl. I've been voting for y'all for many years. For real, Ms. Murphy. Even you, girl. But y'all gotta help the students, y'all. Any way y'all can, y'all. It's very important, y'all. For real, we need to keep these schools open. These charter schools, I don't know what's going on with the charter schools, but keep these public schools open. I'm here with Fairview School over here on my left. And, why not do that, y'all? For real, y'all can do that, y'all. Come on now. If we start paying y'all, I know y'all do better. What y'all think? Y'all want to say something? It's okay. Think about it later on. All right, how long I got? Oh, time is up. You lucky.
I'm gonna call the next group down. Nisha, you're up next, and as you come up, we've got after you Leslie Mooney, Christian Davis, Antonio Harper, and Crystal Gilchrist.
Before I begin, I would just like to note, I am speaking on behalf of everybody that you see standing behind you. Rather than them turn in separate witness slips, my remarks are being consolidated through one person, so I would ask for the privilege of the full 3 minutes that would normally be allocated for a speaker, rather than each one of them submit a separate witness list.
I'm gonna ask the chair.
The normal time is just 2 minutes, so we can give you full 2 minutes as any speaker would have.
The back of the agenda provides that it can be from 1 to 3 minutes. If that's not permitted, then I ask that they be permitted to submit additional witness slips so that they can be heard.
Would have had to do that at the beginning as everyone else would do. Again, we have a normal course of order that folks follow, and so I do ask that we reset his time to 2 minutes, but you get the full 2 minutes that everyone else gets for a hearing of the public.
Okay.
Good evening. I am a proud parent of a member of the Walnut Hills March in Blue and Gold, and I am here on behalf of multiple parents, alumni, and participants. When a survey was completed of 64 marching bands throughout Ohio, they received an average of 3.5 days of after-school practice per week. In the last academic year, our band received a total of 94 hours of practice time. We did the math. That primarily included select Fridays from 3 to 10 when the football team played away games. An anonymous district employee has informed us that the Walnut Field would otherwise be available for the marching band this year has been assigned to Schroeder High School for most football away games. These Friday night light practices are essential as they provide 6 to 7 hour blocks of time for focused development of our competition show. We understand that CPS has challenges that other districts do not have, including limited facilities that need to be allocated across multiple extracurricular activities, but ours is the only one that is being asked to sacrifice half of their field time for the upcoming school year. Our simple question is why? Walnut Hills is the only competing marching band in CPS. If an aspiring musician wants to take the field, they compete at Walnut Hills, which currently includes students from 2 other schools. The marching band should not be the only sacrificing extracurricular to create additional field opportunities for other schools. Field time allocation is an issue that involves all CPS schools who stand to benefit at the hands of 120 dedicated children and their families. And since Walnut's band and resources serve all of CPS, this issue falls under the purview of the board. It has been suggested that we practice at other fields in this district, and this makes no sense. Why would we open our field to another school just so that we can force this school's band to pack up hundreds of instruments, props, flags, and 120 students to practice elsewhere? Field time is essential for a marching band to thrive. To take away half of a field band's field time is akin to taking away half of the stage time for a theater troupe. We are committed to working together with all willing participants to find a way to share what Walnut has in a way where the impact can be distributed amongst the many rather than one organization.
Thank you. You didn't know that was for you, did you, Leslie? Thank you. You didn't know that was for you, huh? Ms. Mooney?
Thank you, thank you. Hard to follow the marching band, but I will try my best. I'm Leslie Mooney, longtime involved parent, volunteer at Fairview Clifton German Language School, mediocre basketball coach, among other hats, but I wanted to come today mostly to listen, to make myself aware, because until about an hour and a half ago, I was unaware of the allegations that were put out on social media today. So I would just like to say on behalf of the very dedicated teachers and staff at Fairview, just a word in defense of them, a profession that we can all agree is among the most noble and challenging that there is. Our Fairview teachers are some of the most hardworking and caring that I've come across. I do think that we clearly need to have conversations internally with the teachers, staff, parents, administration, and others. So I would just urge the board to allow us to take some time to delve into the data, form a task force at Fairview, and really to get under the hood of what's going on over there. But I appreciate you all for being here tonight to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Good evening, board. My name is Christian Davis, and I am the founder of Cincinnati Parent Empowerment Network. As many of you know, we pride ourselves as being a CPS partner, and we work behind the scenes to educate parents how to navigate through the education system and make sure that their voices are heard to a level that drives policy change. Recently, we were contacted by several Fairview German language parents stating that they have had several, or they have made several attempts to speak to both administration and the superintendent to resolve issues that spanned across anything regarding school culture concerns, discipline practices, parent and staff retaliation, lack of transparency in decision-making, and disparities in school discipline data, particularly affecting students of colors and students with disabilities. I've had the luxury of having the same principal for 10 years, Mr. Michael D. Owens, and he told me to be solution-oriented. So I am urging the board and Superintendent Murphy and school administration to please schedule a time with these parents. You will hear from them many of today, but please schedule a time to actually walk into the space and be solution-oriented. Don't just listen to them, really work with them to make sure that their concerns are heard and elevated and solutions are provided. Thank you very much.
Antonio Harper.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a proud parent of a Fairview German language student, and I've witnessed the discrimination and the bias against our children there. I'm not just advocating for my child, I'm advocating for all of our kids. Like, none of our kids should have to go through these problems that they go through. My daughter was subject to a search of her purse from a teacher. Teachers aren't allowed to do that. That has to be handled by security. Like, she's in front of the class crying about this. And when I went to address the situation, her mother and myself, like, the teacher called my daughter a liar. Like, that's unacceptable. And then told us that she felt attacked when we were questioning her about our child. And I just want to bring awareness to the unfair practices that I've witnessed there. And with that, I don't even need the whole 2 minutes. That's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Crystal, and then Jennifer Myree, Rashida Pearson, Colleen O'Connor, Chelsea O'Neill, Lauren Campbell Kong, we got one more person. Ms. Crystal, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, family and friends. I'm Crystal Gilchrist. I had the pleasure of working for Cincinnati Public Schools for 15 years as a senior support specialist, treasurer, manager, whatever the hat was, I wore it. I worked at Carson, Reese Price, and Roseline Condon schools. So I know how this goes. My daughter is, or was, a student at Fairview Clifton. She just left, she graduated, and she's attending Spencer. But that being said, being with Cincinnati Public Schools, just being an employee and a parent, I knew the back doors of things. Watching Fairview, her father sat outside. Fairview is the school that everybody wanted to get into. You either was gonna get in Fairview or you're gonna get in Walnut Hills or Performing Arts. Our son just graduated from Performing Arts in 2026 with 2 degrees and 5 or 6 CEOs. We are very hands-on parents. However, my daughter, who has been an A and B student since she's been there since kindergarten at Fairview Clifton, her last year there was horrible. So much so that she has a therapist. Her test scores wasn't as high as they usually are. She brought Fairview a lot of money with her test scores. Again, I know the back doors of Cincinnati Public Schools. She was expelled, not 1 time, 3 times. She was expelled November, December, January. I explained to Ms. Rabel, you're not following the code of conduct. These are things that was not addressed with the students. They never went over the code of conduct with them when it comes to electronics. So my daughter received a text message with another student, I apologize, another student who had left to go to another school. And She was gratifying herself, this girl was. She brought it to me, it was on a Sunday. I didn't think the school had nothing to do with it, so I didn't bring it to the school. However, my daughter was expelled, according, and other students, a lot of other students was expelled because they had this. And they were never explained on what they're supposed to do. So I hope the Board of Education will look into this. It's not just my student, it's everybody at Fairview Clifton. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Myrie.
I couldn't remember if I was next, thank you.
That's okay.
Dear CPS Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Murphy, my name is Jennifer Myrie, and I am the Cincinnati NAACP Education Committee Chair. David Whitehead is our president. I want to start by saying to the families of Fairview Clifton, it takes a lot of courage to call out in any injustice that impacts your children. You are not just a group of complaining parents. You are a movement. We see you and we value you. Before cutting my time now, I am proud to share that Cincinnati NAACP has awarded 6 scholarships to graduates of Walnut Hills and Clark Montessori who are heading to college this fall. However, I have to address an escalating concern brought to me about Clifton Fairview. There are reports of FAPE and discipline violations and discrimination. This is the second complaint this year that we've received about Cincinnati Public Schools and the maltreatment of Black students. Unlike the previous incident, the principal accepted responsibility. We worked with them and they protected student safety. The silence around Fairview is deafening. My June 11 meeting minutes were distributed prematurely, bypassing the NAACP normal protocol to share updates during our general body meeting, but we got your attention. What's most disturbing is the lack of moral outrage. Not one person has said, not at Fairview, this is not acceptable. These families have a right to be outraged. No one has said anything. We demand complete transparency. What does the data really look like? How many educators of color were rejected because they were not a good fit for Fairview? And we demand an action plan that is routinely monitored by stakeholders. We stand ready to collaborate, but we expect immediate, decisive action to restore safety and equity for every student. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson?
Good evening, Cincinnati Public School Board members. I am here as a community advocate, and my son just graduated, so I don't have no more kids at school, but my grandbaby is still in school. So I'm here to highlight what's going on at Fairview, the significant disciplinary disparity at Fairview, where Black students, despite representing a portion of the school body, receive a disproportionate number of office referrals compared to their white peers. Additionally, male students are disciplined at twice the rate of female students. This pattern reflects systemic bias, transforming the school environment into a punitive system that negatively impacts students earlier in their education. So I'm here to ask, what specific policies or implicit bias might be contributing to the disproportionate numbers of office referrals for Black students at Fairview? I don't get an answer, okay. That's why I'm here. So I can give y'all my email, if y'all can. My email is rashida.pearson06@gmail.com. I would really love for one of you all to respond to that question, because I am in Cincinnati Public School, and I see this in all of the schools, not just at Fairview, okay? We can look at the rates of African-American boys that are being suspended from public school or expelled,
okay? And it's not just coming from at-home behavior, it's coming from triggers from educators that are not properly trained to work with Black children. That is what I think, that's what I'm gonna stand on, and that's what I know. So we might wanna look at properly trauma informing the teachers, the educators, and school administrators. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colleen? Colleen?
Hi, my name is Colleen O'Connor. I have 4 children at Fairview, and I'm a member of the PTO. I'm speaking personally here, and first, I want to acknowledge that public service is hard. Leadership comes with scrutiny, and my purpose here is not to chastise anyone or create a witch hunt. My purpose is to ask that we take seriously the concerns families, teachers, and staff have brought forward, especially families of color whose voices too often feel dismissed, minimized or ignored. We are not talking about one mistake or one misunderstanding. We are talking about patterns of misinformation, inconsistent communication, and inconsistent application of policies. The issue is bigger than Fairview. At its heart, it is a simple question. Will we build a school that reflects the diverse makeup of Cincinnati and provides every child with fairness, belonging, and opportunity? Imagine disliking me for asking questions. Imagine being labeled a problem because I ask the policies be followed and decisions be made ethically. Imagine being shamed for speaking up about inequities and discriminatory practices, not for yourself, but for people who are too afraid of retaliation to speak for themselves. How many times can leaders say, "We don't know," before we stop calling these isolated incidents and start recognizing them as the patterns and systemic failures? What breaks my heart most is how many people are afraid. Families are afraid, staff are afraid, teachers are afraid. Fear and retaliation are not signs of a healthy culture. A safe school does not depend on silence. A strong school welcomes accountability from administrators, teachers, staff, and parents who are on decision-making committees, and that is what we are doing here. And just because someone else's experience is not your experience does not make it any less real. The disparities, the inequities, and the pain that people have shared deserve to be acknowledged and respected. Cincinnati Public Schools values state, I care, I continuously improve, I collaborate, I commit to success. Those are not just words to place beneath an email signature, they are promises, and promises mean nothing if they only apply when conversations are comfortable, when criticism is easy to dismiss, or when the people speaking up are the people with the most power.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thanks.
We have Chelsea, Lauren, Julietta, and then Clayton Adams.
Good evening, Superintendent Murphy, members of the board, representatives, staff, and CPS parents. My name is Chelsea O'Neill, and I am the mother of an incoming 3rd grade student at Fairview Clifton German Language School. I am here tonight because a month ago today, actually, my 8-year-old son was given an out-of-school suspension following an incident on the playground. He was a 2nd grader at the time with no prior disciplinary incidents of aggression or violence. Since that day, I have spent weeks seeking answers, requesting records, reviewing video evidence, and attempting to resolve my concerns through the appropriate channels. Unfortunately, those efforts have not resulted in accountability or transparency and have led me here before you today. I was initially told by Principal Rabel that my son ran across the playground, inserted himself into a fight between 2 other students, and began fighting. No surrounding context whatsoever. Because my son has never been involved in a fight before, in or out of school, the lack of context prompted me to perform my due diligence. I immediately requested access to video footage for answers to my questions. When I reviewed the video footage, I did not see evidence supporting the description at all. In fact, he did not run across the playground. He was playing soccer with his friends, all 2nd graders. The footage does not show my son fighting, repeatedly striking another student, or engaging in sustained physical aggression. They weren't even actively supervised by an adult. In fact, the principal
later acknowledged that it was hard to tell when she reviewed the video upon my request. My concern is simple. If the evidence is unclear, why was an 8-year-old second grader with no prior disciplinary incidents or violence or aggression subjected to one of the most severe disciplinary consequences available by a school? Cincinnati Public Schools policies state that out-of-school suspension should be used only in limited circumstances and that students in preschool through 3rd grade should not be suspended except by required by law.
Thank you, Ms. Chelsea.
Thank you.
Hello, school board members and Superintendent Murphy. I am Lauren Campbell-Kong, a parent of a Fairview student and the PBIS parent rep for the school. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. At the June 8th meeting, concerns were raised regarding Fairview Elementary. Today, I want to highlight what we believe are significant violations of CPS board policy, Ohio state law, and federal law. We believe there have been 24 board policy violations, 11 violations of the Ohio Revised Code, and 5 federal laws with which have not been complied. I want to remind the board of the oath each of you took to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Ohio, to faithfully perform the duties of your office. The board has legal authority and responsibility to govern the district and its employees. That responsibility includes addressing policy violations and legal noncompliance as soon as they become known. With this obligation comes responsibility, a responsibility of filling administrative positions with highly qualified and competent personnel. It is your duty to ensure that the administrators shall become familiar with policies and regulations as it pertains to their duties. Board Policy 520 states that any administrator who willfully violates board policy may be found guilty of gross insubordination. As such, when concerns are raised, and I didn't know is not an adequate response. Administrators are expected to be familiar with and follow board policies and applicable laws. They should possess the knowledge needed to provide collaborative, ethical, and data-informed leadership that supports the success of all students. On December 4th, 2020, this board adopted the anti-racism policy, committing the district to identifying, addressing, and preventing actions that perpetuate racism and discrimination. The policy establishes a responsibility to actively counter and eliminate inequitable practices within the district. I believe we are neck deep in this process now. Under enforcement, all schools are required to collect and report data on all disciplinary actions.
Thank you, Ms. Kong.
Hi, I'm Julietta Ladipo. I'm going to go ahead and concede my time. I'll go ahead. Lauren, take over from me.
Thank you, Julietta. The Fairview LSDMC wasn't given that data until May 21st after requesting it all year long. Now this alarming data has been provided, the board has an obligation to review it and conduct a transparent investigation. The behavioral data, even if incorrect, is required to be collected, analyzed, and addressed. And this is why we're standing before you today, while we stood here on June 8th, and why we blew the whistle after the May 21st LSDMC meeting. By asking a simple question, why don't we have an ALC, and when and by whom was it removed? Parents, the PBIS committee, and the LSDMC have been unable to get a clear answer. That lack of transparency alone warrants a formal district investigation. We were told the decision was made by the ILT, but parents were not allowed to attend those meetings and have been unable to obtain the meeting minutes despite requests. If board policies are not being followed, state laws are being violated, and federal regulations are being ignored, how can families maintain confidence in our schools, our children's education, or their safety? As we heard from Ms. O'Neill, a second grade student received an out-of-school suspension, which may have violated Ohio law. If the school had an ALC, as required by the Cincinnati Federation Teachers Collective Bargaining Agreement, the district may have been able to remain in compliance. The baseline here is negligence, which is why these concerns were first brought to the board. At this point, we are approaching gross negligence. Without an open, transparent investigation, the situation risks escalating further. Any effort to address these concerns without public accountability or to address them through closed-door processes may raise additional compliance concerns under the Ohio Sunshine Law. I submit to the record the full list of 24 board policies, 11 Ohio Revised Codes, 5 federal regulations that may have been breached at Fairview Elementary, and the documented requests for ILT meeting minutes. I also have a question following up something else I heard earlier, and why a parent outside any formal committees was giving disaggregated data when formal committee members have been asking for this data and we were not.
Thank you. Clayton Adams. Clayton, you will be our last speaker, and he is the designee for Cincinnati Federation of Teachers, replacing President Sellers, so he does not have a time limit as the CFT union contract allows President Sellers to have unlimited time.
Good evening, board members, President Craig, Treasurer Guston, and Superintendent Murphy. My name is Clayton Adams, and I serve as the Vice President of Organizing for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. President Julie Sellers is unable to attend tonight's meeting, so I'm speaking as the contractual designee on behalf of the members of CFT. First, I want to recognize that it's a very somber time in our district for our staff due to the reductions in force, or RIFs. A plethora of employees will be out of their jobs through no faults of their own, of their own doing. To any employee impacted by the RIFs, just know that your work that you did in this district is valued, and I hope you continue your work in public education, and I'm sorry it will not be at CPS. Secondly, CFT and CFOP would like to respond to the statements directed toward CPS employees during the past two board meetings. The educators, support staff, and public servants who serve this district every day deserve to be treated with professionalism and respect, even when there are disagreements. It was disappointing to hear comments that many employees perceived as threatening. It was equally disappointing that only one board member publicly spoke in opposition to these comments. We had hoped for a stronger collective affirmation that respectful dialogue remains a shared value of this board. At recent meetings, a member of this board stated that if CFT does not sign a memorandum of understanding supporting the Bellwether strategic plan, support for a future levy could be withheld. That statement is deeply concerning. Decisions about the future of our schools should be guided by what is best for our students and our community, not by whether employees for their respective unions agree with a particular proposal. A levy is not about CFT. It's not about board members, and it's not about Bellwether. A levy is about our students. It's about maintaining safe schools, providing educational opportunities, supporting teachers and staff, and ensuring Cincinnati's children have the resources they need to succeed. Our primary concern is simple. CFT has not been meaningfully included in the development of the strategic plan. We've had not one opportunity to collaborate and not one seat at the table. Teachers are the professionals who work directly with students every single day. They understand the challenges our children face. They understand that work in classrooms and what works in classrooms and what does not. Excluding teacher voice from a strategic plan for the future of Cincinnati Public Schools is not a recipe for success. CFT wants CPS to succeed. Our members dedicate their lives to the students of this district. We want a strategic plan that is strengthened by the voices of educators, families, staff, and community members who will ultimately be responsible for bringing that vision to life. History has shown that the plans developed behind closed doors without stakeholder engagement rarely achieve their intended goals. The strongest plans are built through collaboration, transparency, and trust. Let me be perfectly clear, a levy should never be used as leverage in a policy disagreement. The students of Cincinnati Public Schools deserve better than that. Such statements undermine public confidence and place politics ahead of students. More importantly, they threaten the financial stability of a district that serves tens of thousands of children and families. No one benefits more from a strong CPS system than the employers, businesses, and economic institutions of this city. CPS educates the future workforce of Cincinnati. Our students will become nurses, electricians, engineers, teachers, healthcare professionals, entrepreneurs, skilled tradespeople, and civic leaders who will sustain our region for decades to come. Public education Public education is economic infrastructure. The business community depends upon strong public schools, just as our schools depend upon community support. That is why it is so disappointing to see educators excluded from conversations about a plan that will directly impact the classrooms and students we serve every day. Our district, Cincinnati Public Schools, is not failing. However, public education has been challenged by years of inadequate state funding, unfunded mandates, and policies that divert public dollars away from public schools. We should be focused on strengthening our district, not creating new divisions. This district belongs to the taxpayers and the families of Cincinnati. Next year, Cincinnati Public Schools will celebrate its bicentennial, 200 years of educating generations of Cincinnatians. As we prepare to celebrate 200 years of Cincinnati Public Schools, let us remember that every generation that came before us invested in public education because they understood one simple truth: strong public schools build strong communities. The decisions we make today will determine whether that legacy continues for the next 200 years. We stand ready at CFT to work collaboratively with this board, this administration, families, community partners, and anyone who genuinely wants to strengthen CPS. But collaboration requires mutual respect, transparency, and a willingness to include the voices of the people closest to the students. Our students deserve thriving schools. Our educators deserve a seat at the table. And the citizens of Cincinnati deserve a process that reflects the values of openness, accountability, and shared responsibility. Lastly, I want to respond to an email that was sent today by a board member who continues to be CFT's fiercest critic. I appreciate the acknowledgement that CPS needs additional revenue and that our district cannot continue meeting growing needs through cuts alone. However, I was disappointed to see such a complex challenge, the challenge of the funding, framed in a way that places a disproportionate share of responsibility on the educators and their union. No one disputes that our students deserve stronger academic outcomes or that the district must continue improving. Teachers have consistently shown a willingness to embrace change when they are treated as partners in the process. What is difficult to accept is the suggestion that meaningful progress depends primarily upon a union agreement, while overlooking the shared responsibility of the board, the administration, and the many external factors that influence student achievement, enrollment, and public confidence. If we are seeking our community to invest in Cincinnati Public Schools, we should present a message of collaboration rather than one that singles out the very employees who make our schools run every single day. The success of a future levy will ultimately depend on this trust. That trust is strengthened when board members, district leadership, and educators speak with one another respectfully, acknowledge both of our successes and our challenges honestly, and work together towards solutions. Publicly assigning blame may generate headlines, but it does not, let me start over, sorry. Publicly assigning blame may generate headlines, but it does little to build the unity that our students, our staff, and our community deserve. Thank you.
And I just want to check in with Rob. Rob, did we ever have that online person come back? Okay. And I send this back to the chair.
All righty. We will now move to our first item of business. Oh, sorry, Superintendent. Yeah, yes, you can go ahead. So I think the Superintendent's going to step out for a second just to speak with a few folks here. But while we are doing that, I'm going to actually turn it over to Board Member Bolton to introduce our two appropriations. One is a final appropriation, and then the other is an additional appropriation. That will be our first order of business for today.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity. This happens, at least one of these seems to always happen annually, so it is perfunctory to a certain extent. We have two appropriations resolutions to submit for discussion and vote. One is an annual appropriation, which is the final appropriation for this fiscal year that is closing out as we speak. And then we have also an appropriation, an annual appropriations resolution that is foreshadowing and forecasting, if you will, the next fiscal year. So we have two, each need to be voted on separately. The first one regarding the closing out, as I said, we do that all the time annually. But the next one is one that is actually also required by law before we move on with our next fiscal year. So we appreciate the work that the administration has done, the 4 or 5 months that the board has put into both of these in our own direct and indirect way. and we look forward to however you want to introduce them, a motion and second before we discuss. Then, if that's the case, I will move on the first one for discussion, which is the closing out appropriation of the current fiscal year.
All right.
Do I have a second?
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion regarding the final appropriation for the 25-26 school year?
I would like to turn it over to the treasurer to explain a little bit better than I certainly was able to what this actually means, and then some of the numbers that are involved with it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. You did a great job. So just to add high level, especially for our audience, the appropriation resolution sets the highest limit that the administration can spend. So it's the top number the administration can spend. It is done by fund, so every fund has a number. When we get to the end of the year, a lot of times there are adjustments up and down. Sometimes there are good things. We got extra revenue come in. Sometimes there's unexpected expenses. There can be advances. Just so people know, a lot of times general fund has to advance money into the federal grants. So all of our federal grants work in a reimbursement model. So we pay first and then we get reimbursement from the state. There's usually a lag there, so usually we have to put a little money into those funds. By law, no fund can end the year in a negative. So that's part of the advances. You'll see those also in the treasurer's report for today. But this is kind of, as you said, this is kind of closing the books for this year and putting the final stamp on all of our expenditures.
All righty. Any other questions about the final appropriation? All righty, seeing none, Treasurer Guston.
Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett. Yes. Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt,
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. And then the seconder.
I would like to so move the appropriations for the next fiscal year, and would appreciate a second to my motion.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion or questions about the new appropriation?
I bet. Could the treasurer just kind
Sure.
of update for us where we are?
Sure.
Which is a lot more confusing than the previous one.
Actually, I think this is probably the simpler of the things
Oh,
we do
okay,
today.
cool.
So yeah.
One number.
So yeah, the FY27 appropriation resolution is the first of the year. I will say these are amended at least twice throughout the year. So there are things for change. What you will see is the general fund appropriation matches our budget target of $630.2 million. All of the federal funds in the appropriation are based on our initial allocations we received from the state. So that's our first. It does not have carryover yet.
Do we have these to put on the screen so people see what we're
I
talking
believe,
about?
Rob, can you? Thank you, sir. Thank you. And then the other funds are, if we look at historical averages and spends, so these are kind of historical amounts that are spent per fund. The appropriation resolution has to be passed by June 30th in order for the district to continue spending money. Without this, administration cannot spend money, the treasurer cannot issue any sort of checks, either payroll or vendor payments. So this is one of the most important things we do every year to get our fiscal year started.
Any other questions or discussion? Board Member Matt?
So Treasurer Augustine, I have a question as it pertains to kind of the synopsis, and it's bulleted or numbered. And the first one is saying authorizing the purchase or sale of property other than real estate. Can you expound on this? Is this giving the administration leadway to sell any properties that we have within our portfolio, or is it, and if so, is this something that we would later vote on if there is discussion around a sale of property?
Yeah, in this case, purchase or sale of property other than real estate is really amount, equipment, supplies, those sort of things that we buy.
Okay,
And then, as things become obsolete, the district also has the ability to sell them, but it specifically does not include property.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Other questions? Board Bolton?
Yes, I think it would be beneficial for me and maybe some members of the public, again, a reference to the fact that this is multiple funds before us, or take a little bit more about the sources of the funds for this. I think that would be helpful.
Certainly, yeah. These documents list all funds that the district currently has. So obviously, the one we spend most of our time on is general fund. That's the very first one in the list. But there are a series of local funds. Most of those come from grants or donations. Like you'll see on the first page there, the classroom maintenance fund, that was set up as part of our facilities master plan to fund facilities repairs. If you scroll down, you'll see student activity funds are in there. And eventually you'll get down to state and federal grants. So all these sources come from various spots, a good chunk of it is tax revenue, as well as like state and federal grants, local grants, and those sorts of things.
Hey, Rob, can you scroll down? Just on the revenue, please.
Yeah. So one of the questions I think that I think Ms. Bolton's asked, and we talk about having a $1 billion budget for the district. If you go all the way to the bottom, Rob, you'll see we're at 9. Keep a little further, Rob. Come on, all the way at the bottom, you'll see we're at 970. Once we get other revenue through the year, this number generally, increases above $1 billion. This is where the $1 billion kind of budget conversation comes in. But it's made up of all these different funds.
If I could also then make sure, and I know the board is very well aware of this, in that the board committed to a balanced budget in part, by law, we have to have one, but actually a balanced budget based, if you will, on the revenue that we collect and as it pertains to general fund and property taxes and what have you. So we have already made a commitment to a certain amount based upon the revenue we forecast. But now we also have a direct number. It's been changed by a couple of $1 million based upon some things that have changed. But it is a holding firm to that resolution that we passed last year, maybe 2 years ago now. 2 years ago now, regarding being limited based upon the revenue that we are generating.
Exactly. The general fund number matches to our anticipated revenue for the year.
Vice President Moffitt.
Thank you. Just a theoretical question really more for the public. Because of the climate that we live in and the dismantling of the federal Department of Ed and potential cuts to title funding, this could possibly change. And you mentioned that we do this multiple times a year. In the event that this changes, we just come back and we make adjustments? How does that work? If there are potential impacts to our title funding or any of the funds, how does that work?
Yes. Rob, if you'll scroll up a little to the federal funds. To answer the first part of your question, this year, federal funds came in about where we expected. We were around 90 to 95%, which is better than it could have been. So I think that's a win. But for any of these funds, if we see a significant change, we would come back and we would amend the appropriation resolution either up or down. Sometimes, a lot of times we went up, we've got extra grants we didn't expect. Sometimes carryover gets a little higher than we expect. Sometimes actually the state reallocates federal funds. Because we've done really well in spending these last couple of years, we tend to do a little better in those. Those are all good reasons to add up, but you can also see if you look at the final FY25 or FY26 resolution, there were a couple funds that we took down just because we weren't going to spend as much money. So the idea of this is to be to be really close and to stay under. So we need to be, it's sort of like Price is Right rules. You want to be as close as possible without going over. If you go over, now you're into an audit finding with the state, so.
And we do a pretty good job about staying, balancing our budget, and our audits come back great, so,
We do.
good. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, Treasurer Guston.
Mr. Craig.
Oh, sorry.
One clarification about the order of discussion and topics
Yes.
tonight. What's not included here is how we're allocating the
That
general
is-
fund dollars.
Yes. that
So
is-
what's not in here is anything about what gets funded, what doesn't get funded. We're going to have a chance to talk about that, I think, on the next agenda item. I just wanted to check that I was following
Yeah,
that
so
the right way.
we're going to, yes, we're going to have a discussion about specifics as to the details of what's funded. I wouldn't say that it's not included in here in the sense that we have allocated dollars towards specific purposes and funds. We just have not gone into the details of what that'll look like, and so those are decisions that we will be discussing as the next topic. for
With
discussion.
you, we wanted to make sure if I had questions that I was putting them at the right time. So, thank you.
Any, Board Member Bolton?
One addition to that, we have, over the last few months, allocated certain amounts, particularly those amounts going specifically to schools. And I think aiming for that 630 million, how many dollars have we specifically allocated toward the 630? I think that would be helpful. I think it's in the presentation too.
Yeah,
And how much is that?
it's going to do it's
So
the next
400 million
presentation.
something or
400,
other.
yeah. It's a little over 400. It's about 473 million.
We have already allocated over a number of votes, but to Member Lindy's position, there are other things that we have not yet fully allocated, and that comes, as you say, in the next kind of discussion. So, but we have allocated at least most of it.
And to maybe clarify also my thought, the 630 is allocated as the general fund, and then the additional funds and resources are also allocated based on what those purposes are as part of this thing. Now, getting into that 630 is what we will do a little bit of the discussion around following this part. Is that correct, Treasurer Gus?
That is correct. Think of this again at the fund level. So 630 is the total for general fund, and the discussion is the details of how that 630 is allocated. And then all the other funds have similar processes. Some of them we don't really think about. Like I'll say like Fund 21 and 24 are payroll liabilities. So we just calculate that based on the number of employees and the fringe rate, so we don't put a lot of effort into it. But it is just as critical that we have an appropriation for all of those funds. So we continue doing that work.
All righty. Any other questions? Seeing none, Treasurer Guston.
Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Mr. Crossett.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffett.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. All righty. So we get the easy things out of the way. So the next thing we will, in the same vein of talking about our budget, next thing on our agenda is to talk through some decisions that we do need to, as a board, make towards, again, kind of getting towards that 630 million. I believe each board member should have received a budget update presentation. I want to also clarify for the public, and we'll, like, if it's not there yet, we'll have it up there, but we were having a wonderfully terrible issue with board docs for the last few days. And so I know even up until today, trying to access board docs was this miracle process that you would have it up for 2 seconds, then you would lose it, then you'd have access, you would lose it. We're working on making sure that that's more solidified in the future, but for some things were not able to be uploaded in, as they were working on these things through even up to the last seconds here. So I do believe we do have the presentation that we can pull up, but I will turn it back over to Treasurer Guston and Superintendent Murphy.
Thank you, President Craig. Yeah, apologies for the board docs snafu. I know that made life a little difficult. So, Rob, if you'll just hit the next slide quickly. And we talked about appropriation resolutions ahead of time. I will say, I forgot to say in the first thing, that they are linked to a document called the Certificate of Estimated Resources. So the board can't appropriate $1 billion and just think they're done. I mean, it has to match to the resources you have on hand, meaning the cash in the bank and the revenue you expect to receive. So keep going, Rob. So to Ms. Bolton's point, just to remind folks, you know, how we got here is we try to kind of land the budget plane. So we have the FY27 budget target of 630.2. Initially, the board approved what we call our legal requirements. So these were items that were legally required to, these were items that were legally required for the district to operate. And then at a second vote, the board approved school-based staffing, both state and federal compliance positions, as well as collective bargaining agreement compliance positions. All right, and that left a remaining amount of 157.7 million. And now we have Jeremy doing his thing. This is great. Teamwork is great.
I hate to tell you, but it's a pretty high-priced technical person there. The head of all IT is now doing the scrolling. I love it.
This is the teamwork of the administration. Yes. Yes, and so the next point is, how do you get to balance? That last 157.7 million has been difficult, and so to remind folks of where we went, we needed to reduce about 58.5 million from folks' initial budget requests. If you remember, we started with the pathways, and we reviewed those, looked at the pathways, we looked at blended pathways. We had some meetings with our union partners and what we're calling the budget task force. Of course, the board gave us feedback in multiple meetings, and so we thank you for that. Public comments as well, and then obviously some public suggestions. And I think, you know, last meeting, you know, we spent some time talking about recommendations considered but rejected, to kind of talk about the full evaluation process. All right, so I want to remind folks there are 4 factors that make this year especially difficult. One of those is our cash balances remain low, and we knew this coming in, but we simply don't have a lot of unallocated cash to use to cover any sort of budget gaps. This is our 3rd consecutive year of making significant reductions, and as people can imagine, the avenues and the areas you can reduce continue to be limited. Every year that you make cuts, they continue to be more painful. Our federal funds are fully budgeted at this point, and this is a change over the last probably, I would say, 3 years. Those who were finance committee members know, you know, probably 3 years ago, we struggled to spend federal funds. We have made major improvements in that area, including reducing our carryover, but that also means that there aren't federal funds just sitting that things can be moved to. You know, we've budgeted those. Those federal funds represent staff and programs just as well as general fund. And then the final piece is that we spend nearly 100% of our budget every year. Traditionally, I remember looking back when we would spend 89% of our budget and thought we were doing well. Last year, we finished at 99% of our budget. This year, we're going to be at 100% of our budget. So there's not kind of residual unspent money. So all 4 of those factors, as we go into the budget discussion, make things more difficult. Kind of where we're at now, and a lot of this is on me, to be honest. We are at kind of a computational issue. So there's a lot of good discussions, a lot of things have been proposed, and getting to the point of trying to calculate those to get to real numbers, to get to, you know, at the line item level, the detail level the district needs to run. Require some calculational work. So one of the concepts we talk about is positions versus employees, you know, and so there's 2 moving parts to that. As we eliminate positions, oftentimes employees move into other positions, and so you have to keep those 2 things separate. We have some collectively bargained items that have to be bargained. Those negotiations take a while. One of the things that I'm working through, my team's struggling with, are some of the complex calculations to avoid double counting. So the example I use here is reduction in force. Obviously eliminates positions. We also look at vacancy savings. We save money for vacancies. And we also have proposed furlough. And so it's a lot of work to make sure you're not double counting those. If you reduce the position, you can't also count it as a vacancy. And when you do a furlough across a large group of employees, you have to calculate that on top of these other things. We have some new increases. We talked about transportation. We probably need about 14 million additional this year to run transportation. We had an enrollment increase at the School for Creative and Performing Arts, which is going to cost a little more. And then the last part of it, again, to make it hard, are these kind of multi-step processes. So I would say, from my perspective, the easy cuts we've done over the last couple of years, these are multi-step processes where we're looking at other funds, we're making reductions to that budget, and then we're looking back to general fund and saying, how can we move some expenses to general fund? What are those expenses? How can we do that legally without creating, supplanting issues for federal funds and those sort of things? So we also have some significant open items. Superintendent and I've been working with Kid Futures on a proposal to fund some items out of the money that they've raised. Legal counsel and Mr. Gallahue and I have been working on negotiating a sale of our wireless spectrum. So we continue to work through that. The state has, and Superintendent, if you want to talk a little bit more about this, the state has a grant proposal out there to support the network model, which I think we're very excited about. And then obviously concurrent to all this work, we're going through the strategic plan. So trying to at least carve some mental space, if not some economic space for that. Do you want to talk about the ODEW grant?
Yeah, so we did create a proposal that we've shared with you a couple of times now that we're super excited about, and the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce is also excited about it to the point that they are willing, as the treasurer said, to fund that project at the tune of $2.8 million. The goal of that is to get as many or as much of our resources directly into our schools to meet the needs of the particular schools across the district. And so we're creating 2 elementary, 1 middle school, and 1 high school network. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, even Board Member Mapp asked about to absorb some school social workers and counselors into the network. We've been in conversation about our ability to do that. So what we're planning to do at this point is add 2 counselors, which would help to reduce the number of people we would not be able to have next year, and then 4 school social workers to work into the network. But we are writing out what those job descriptions look like in order to be able to fulfill that request.
Thank you. I think it's very exciting news. If you go next slide. So today, again, calculationally, we'd recommend the board approve the following 4 things, which allows us to calculate, true savings, see where the budget's at this point, and then we can work through kind of the final recommendations, that we can bring back, I think, next month. So those recommendations are the reductions in force that are listed in superintendent's recs. I listed positions up there, but always remember positions and folks are different. There's 12 social work positions eliminated, but if you look in the superintendent's recs, there's 7 employees listed, 8 counselors, but 3 employees, and there's other spots as well across the district where folks have moved into other positions, that were open. We'd also like approval of the furlough days, a 10% reduction in school non-personnel items, and then the elimination of the International Baccalaureate Program.
Keep going.
I think there's one more slide. This is the recommended for funding, the overall, which is 157. So a lot of what we're trying to do is actualize those numbers, get through all the numbers so I can produce the level of detail we're used to as a budget. So we have it by school, by department, each amount by fund, by line. That's kind of that next set of detail work. And I think that's kind of reflected on the last slide, which is kind of the next steps. So again, actualizing a lot of reductions, whether those are mergers or funding shifts, closing those significant open items, updating the transportation budget, having some room for strategic plan, and then doing our final balancing recommendations.
And so we're also going to ask at a point here to have if we can have a motion to accept those recommendations. I would open up, at least for this presentation purposes, to any questions board members might have with regards to what's been presented so far.
Do we need a motion before discussion?
We can.
Just asking.
If someone wants to make a motion.
I will move to approve the recommendations so that we can discuss.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Board members have. Oh, Board Member Ramperster.
You know I always have.
Sorry.
So understand that this is a moving target still, but slide number 8, you have 4 recommendations for today that you're asking us to approve, and there is no number attached.
Sure. If you go to
So
slide 9.
I understand like the overall, like we're not getting the 150, but before IB program was an estimated $1 million. Is that still the case? The 5 furlough days had a number attached. If we approved that, what are the estimated savings from those 4?
Yeah, so we're estimating the 5 furlough days at around $7.5 million. Part of it is, and part of it is why, doing the calculation, it may be a little more, maybe a little less, especially with the reduction in force listed above.
Yep.
But you may also pick up some other benefit items that you don't normally pick up. But I would say $7.5 million there. The 10% for the non-schools is about $665,000. And then the IB program, we initially said $1 million. Not sure that we'll get there. It's in different lines, and so part of it is kind of moving forward. I know there's positions. There's also professional development, there's membership fees, there's all those things.
What about line number 1?
Line number 1.
The reductions in force.
Right, is basically 1.5 million for social workers, another $1 million for counselors, 1.5 million for APs, and then the central office folks, which is all kind of lumped together.
So my very quick calculations, it's about 13 plus million. That's still a lot. So I'm totally not comfortable, I shouldn't say that. I'm willing to make these recommendations, approve these to everyone out there. I know reductions in force are not something anyone wants to do. Furlough days are not something anyone wants to do. I want you to know that I'm not making this choice lightly, but these are just 13 million. We need 58 million plus now. So these are decisions that just have to be made. At this point, there's no choice, and we can't very well go to the voters and ask for new funds when we can't even balance a budget today. So I just wanted to get clarity on what page 8 actually represented and have that context for everyone out there to understand that these are painful enough, and it's not even halfway to what we're eventually going to have to look at for next year.
Just as a clarifying point to your question to Treasurer, these are in addition to other decisions we've made to not continue programming. So I think there is actually the board budget book document that also includes other things that would go towards that 58. But Is that correct, Treasurer?
There's a bunch of things that are not recommended for funding, a lot of contracts, supplies, those sort of things, which we didn't elevate today. I mean, we could.
Right, I was saying, but this
For
says
sure.
for today, correct? So those aren't what we're voting on today. I want to be very clear.
I mean, if someone would like to add them, we could. That's for
Okay.
sure. My concept for today is get through these big buckets, and that gives the administration, some space to work through the remainders.
I'm good either way. I can vote on the other things as well. I just want to be very clear as to what we're voting on, because this slide says this is what we're voting on today, and this is only 13-ish, give or take, depending on the actualization, million.
Okay. Other board members? Board Member Lindy, and then Board Member Bolton.
Thanks. Do we have an electronic copy of this?
There is one that's being uploaded. I think if Treasurer's able to also send it out, but I send an email over so we can try and get it uploaded onto Board Docs so that we can also have it, but we can also see if we can get it shared out to board members as we are looking here.
Yeah.
So we've not gotten an email yet. We should look on Board Docs to see if it's posted.
We are trying to get it uploaded now.
It was not posted before. That's what, the reason there are paper copies is we had issues getting posted. to Board
And I am
Docs.
sympathetic to the Board Docs challenge because I was trying to prep for this meeting and couldn't get the thing to open. So there's no judgment or concern. I had the same challenge, but I would like to
As
click
soon
on
as
some
we
of the
are
links.
possible, yeah.
And I wanted to see, so either could we get a copy by email now or let us know by email when it's posted on Board Docs would be great. I think I am trying to connect the dots on a couple different things. I was under the impression that tonight we were going to be asked to vote on a complete list of what's in the budget. So that the vote tonight would be, here's what's funded, and it's the final proposal. Did I miss a beat? It doesn't seem like that's what this is. I wanted to understand what changed, or am I wrong?
No, that is not what this is. This is kind of an intermediate step. So there's looking at the open unresolved things that we have to work through. There's a couple spots of unresolved list. There's some budget things we have to actualize. And so to get to the level that I think, to get to the level we've historically done, which is by school, per pupil, all the things that people expect, we need to kind of get through a first round and then go back, and figure out the last pieces, get some clarity from the state, get some clarity from Kid Future, finish up getting the final number about the wireless spectrum, because that's going to impact our revenue, as well as going through, once you apply the furlough, that's going to changes roughly the salaries for half of the district, right? So that is a big calculation that has to go through, and then we make sure that we get that amount. We also have to consider, how we're going to fit in transportation into next year's budget.
Yeah. That is helpful. I need a second to think through all of this because this is pretty different from where I thought we were going to be tonight. So I'd like to come back, but I need just a minute. Thanks.
Board Member Bolton and then Board Member Crossett.
Would you?
I'll be quick. The recommendations for today, you said it's 13 million. You've got about 100 positions here that that would be probably like maybe 10 or 11 million by itself, correct?
Yeah, the central office positions are rolled into, like if you look at slide 9, there's an overall central office reduction of 32 million.
So this is just additional, 2, 3, and 4 are additional recommendations in addition to the list of the 157 million here?
So 2, 3, and 4, like looking kind of at slide 9, like how we've done this, 2, 3, and 4 are things that were specifically called out.
Of this, the recommended funding list?
As things that have been discussed in prior board meetings. We've had lots of discussion about about those specific items. Or maybe not 4. I mean, that was kind of, that one we have had a lot, but the other ones, but there's also the central office reductions of the 81 positions, plus other things that totals up to 32 million.
Okay, so on slide 9, recommended for funding gets to 157 million we have remaining, and what you're saying is that what we're approving today helps us get to that 157 million.
Yes.
Got it.
This gets us a big step closer.
I see. By the way, I did want to appreciate, as an accountant, I understand the complexities of the calculations that you have to make. It's very difficult. So I appreciate that, and thank you for taking the time to make it as accurate as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Bolton.
Yes, thank you very much. I know that for both the Finance Committee and the whole board, and certainly the administration, the hope tonight was to be able to thumbs up, thumbs down the remaining amount of dollars that have not yet already been allocated over a number of votes, over a number of months, so that we could be able to say that the budget was complete and finished. Unfortunately, for a number of reasons, some of those outstanding issues that have to be resolved, as well as the transportation issue that we've all become aware of, and has made that kind of impossible. But we're working with some parameters I'd like to share. One is we don't have cash on hand to move anything around because we haven't gone for new money for 10 years, and we have very little cash on hand. The other piece is that we had sworn almost in blood that we were not going to have a temporary budget like we had the last couple of years, where we had to fund ourselves for 25% of the year and then hope for the best. We swore we're not going to do that, and we are not going to do that. We also swore we were not going to have a line item by line item. Instead, we did it by categories, we did it by what was required and whatever. So to help me understand what we're doing is that it would seem to me that we're moving ahead as right now at snail pace. It's a pretty big snail. And what we're doing is, I hope, and we have to ask the superintendent and the treasurer and the president about this, the hope is that we are trying to give the administration enough direction and authority to get us to where they would have a completed budget by our July meeting, for which, if necessary, we would vote on the final part of the budget. Is the administration asking for some more time to get this as clear as possible?
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I would say maybe the one add-on caveat to that is that there may be additional things that are related to the strategic plan first year that we won't know until the strategic plan is completed. And so what we do know is the set dollar amounts for which we have to spend, and we do know that there are some additional things that we would hope we'll be able to get some final numbers on. I also can't say that we will have absolutely final numbers on certain things. We would like to be able to say that. I won't sit here and say I guarantee that to be the case today.
Right.
Knowing that we have certainly some things that have come up that have raised some cost concerns.
But we are not trying to have a temporary budget like we've done in the past. I would
No, the
assume.
hope with this is that we have certain decisions that basically the superintendent and the treasurer have looked through and already made allocations that we were not going to do. There are personnel matters and other things that really the board needs to give direction on that at least gets us started in the pathway to getting that last section of it completed. I also would note in that answer that we have not allocated any designated people necessarily, or we've not given the superintendent treasurer direction around who from central office would be employed. So this is also part of that idea of at least getting that place going.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Board Member Bolton? Seeing none. Board Member Mapp, then I'll come back to Board Member Lindy.
I know that there's been a number of comments brought up around just the budget process right now, and I think I'm still a little confused. We're saying that we're not doing a temporary budget, but to me, it feels like it definitely is a temporary budget, but we're just not calling it that. And so if I mean, help me understand, just because from my interpretation of, previous meetings, June 30th would have been our final deadline, and this is our last meeting in June. So I'm just trying to get clarity on what we are doing. And I'm hearing the dialogue, but I'm just still missing some critical pieces. Maybe it's just not processing for me. And I know that we authorized spending with the resolution, but I'm very concerned as it pertains to that, because we're not set on what we're actually trying to accomplish. So I think that creates some challenges that could negatively impact us, especially when when we're not making a final decision on what the actual budget will be. And I recognize that that's something that we may have needed to do, but I anticipated today's meeting being the final decision, whether there was consensus or whatever, or not, but that we would make a final determination today as to what the budget would look like, and for that, for it to be closed out.
So start with kind of so the one thing that we did not do was do a temporary appropriations resolution. So prior years, FY '24 and FY '25, we did a 90-day appropriations resolution and said to the administration, keep working on the budget, but we didn't approve the final budget until well into September. Last year we did far better, but we didn't close the budget until the first week in July. That was the July 9th meeting when the budget was finally put together. And we did a temporary appropriations resolution. This year, we have a permanent appropriation resolution. I think we know the top number. We know the final number. The struggle is obviously the details behind that and how we get down to the details. I don't anticipate it taking longer, than the next meeting to really get through those details. But it's one of these things where, it's sort of like an algebra problem where we have too many variables to solve for. And so if we don't have some variables plugged in, it's very hard to solve for the end number. If there's some commitments are made, some variables are plugged in, I think, obviously the early approvals, we had some good momentum, we can talk about, how we lost momentum, what happened there, but trying to get to that next step is we need to plug in some of these variables. We can't have everything up in the air all the time, and as you calculate these things, and there's multiple dependencies, you run the risk of double counting things. You run the risk of cutting something that you have to come back in a couple of months and change, and I understand a budget is just a plan. A budget is just a written plan of how to spend money. It's meant to be changed as the world changes, but also understand that the second a budget, there's a stamp on a budget, we have 65 schools and 30 departments, that are ready to go full speed in spending what's in their budget. And so a little delay to make sure we get these numbers right, I think is worth the sacrifice of not having something tonight.
Yeah, and I appreciate the how meticulous, right, you all are in terms of making sure that you're looking at this from a thorough lens, and trying to be very responsible in how you're addressing the budget challenges. Yet I am just thinking from the lens of our community, and just feedback that I've heard from different constituents, is that we are trying to propose, possibly, if the board decides on that, a levy. And I drastically understand and recognize our need for that. Yet at the same time, it can convey the wrong message. And as we're talking about managing our finances, it can convey the wrong message when we are not, at this point in time, in a position to finalize our budget by the end of June or the fiscal year. And so that's just something that I want to make sure that we're being cognizant of. I'm sure that you all are. You know, I've shared regularly some things that I feel that I can support and things that I can, and I do appreciate the continual adjustments to try to ensure that our schools and our district are supported with the counselors and social workers. But I do think too that whether we all agree or not, we do have to get to a point of being able to move forward on where we are with the budget.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
I think we agree, Michael and I, with everything you're saying. We certainly had planned to have a finalized budget today. My biggest pain point was making sure we could speak to our employees who will be impacted by these decisions. The and for me in understanding why we want to have a ask you please for a little bit more time is one example. Last year, we counted in our budget for fiscal year 26 was like the sale of property that even to date we haven't actualized. And so I think the thought is making sure and very sure like money we're asking for Kid Future CPS to deliver on really comes through, for example, and not get to a year from now and are still wondering about those dollars. I definitely would love to pass the entire budget, but in support of the whole picture, we're just asking your consideration for a little bit more time.
Thank you.
Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. I want to bring up a related topic, and I promise to come back to this, but in one of the appropriations that we passed earlier, there were all the different funds that the treasurer and Member Bolton described. Among those were some federal funds. I understand that you can't just take money from one fund and use it for another fund's purpose. There are rules about that. And so there are some funds of federal dollars that we can't use for some of these positions or some of these other cuts. One feature of some of those funds that feels deeply important to me is that we can use it for professional development for teachers. And I think one of many challenging things about a budget process like this one is how in the world do you continue to try to move the needle for kids when you have to make so many cuts? It's not easy to do. I do, however, think there are some ways that we can do that. And I think the investment we made a year ago in professional development and training and support for teachers, specifically on how to bring high quality instructional materials to life in the classroom, is money really well spent, particularly because we can't use it for other things by law. And I appreciate the information that I had requested from the administration. I think all the board members got that about knowing, first of all, how much we have in those funds. And the thing I wanted to make sure I asked about tonight is it safe to assume that the investment that we made a year ago in supporting teachers will continue into this next fiscal year, given the fact that those federal title dollars are the same, even I think even higher in some cases?
So one of the great things you heard earlier is that we're doing a much better job spending those federal dollars. And so last year when we were asked to make sure we saved room for high quality instructional material, professional development with our staff, we were able to do that. I think part of asking for a little bit more time, Mr. Lindy, board members, is all of those title budgets are packed to the brim. And I don't know today that we can say there is money to do that. What I will add is, I think this is going to come out as a part of the strategic plan. It is definitely sounding pretty loudly in one of the priority areas. So there may have to be a way we figure it out. I just don't know what to say in this moment in terms of our ability to do that. Part of what Treasurer said earlier is we wanted to make sure we had money to be able to fund the strategic plan, and that's what we're still trying to work towards. Earlier, we had asked and talked about setting aside X amount of dollars, $1 million, for the strategic plan. We just aren't there today. Is that fair?
I'm trying to pull up a number. It looks, and I think board members got this, but the Title II fund is up 8% from last year. So you're saying that even though we have more money in Title II than we had a year ago, you're not sure that we can fund the professional development for high-quality instructional materials for teachers?
I'd say everything in Title II got more expensive. So there's definitely that part of it. But you know, I'll defer to the superintendent as to priorities for how to spend the funds there.
Yeah, I'm super interested in what is a bigger priority.
So I don't have the list of everything that's in Title II right now to be able to say that to you, Mr. Lundy. I just think that's an area we need more time to be able to see, okay, what are we going to stop doing in order to be able to do something else?
Yeah, I appreciate the candor. I will share also, it's quite disappointing, I think, on my perspective, to be here at the last board meeting in June, to not have a recommendation for a balanced budget, to not be able to fund, even though we have more money in Title II, what I believe is maybe one of the only ways in this really challenging budget year that we can, with intention, try to improve student outcomes. I have to vote no on this tonight. Thank you.
The board member, Vice President Moffitt. Moffitt.
So I've been trying to kind of sit here and take this all in, and I am equally confused / disappointed. Just, I think we owe our staff an apology because I came to the meeting with the understanding that I thought we were going to kind of balance the budget with items, and I don't quite know what we're doing. I sat in the fact finding to find that we were going to do the appropriations for the total number, which is different than what we did in the past. And I think my colleague was even a little confused because we were kind of deviating a little bit. But I just I guess I get it a little. But we've been asking for a plan for months. And I feel a little like I still don't know what the plan is beyond the cuts. So we have the strategic planning process going on. We are making significant cuts. We're going to, I think we've got unanimous support of a levy. I think we're all aligned on that. The type of levy we would need to further discuss. We've got data, some data from the strategic plan that says that we're in a specific position, but we don't quite have a plan for how the work is going to get done from the cuts and how the data from the strategic plan is going to get implemented from the process where we are. But we have excitement about a little bit about ODW, maybe giving us some money, but we don't quite have a plan on how we're going to maintain our student outcomes and grow and get better. And we need more time, but we're cutting. So I just am very confused. I'm just very confused. And as just one board member, the presentation wasn't up, yet here it is. People haven't seen it. I didn't see it. And I'm looking at it now with the expectation that we vote. People are, this is just amazing to me. So I want to apologize to people because this is just very disheartening. So I'm just confused, just very confused. I don't know what more time need. I don't know. Can you help me understand what the next step is going to be? If you get support for these things, what's the next step?
Yeah, I mean, getting support for these things takes them kind of off the table, right? So you take these numbers, you actualize them, you calculate, like for the furlough, for example, you calculate across the entire district what that impact looks like. You build in the additional funds needed for transportation, and then we work through the remainder to get down to our budget target. These items have been kind of a back and forth for several months now. And I think the lack of just having direction kind of keeps from moving on to the next side. I mean, this is difficult. Again, there's not extra cash around, so there's not a spot where we just have extra money to put towards this. The transportation, some of that stuff is new that we have to absorb that. That was an unplanned thing until a couple of weeks ago. There's some other spots too that you just need some dominoes to fall into place. So you need some puzzle pieces to fall into place so you can finish the puzzle.
But I mean, I guess I'm thinking, and I know I'm a little different, I know that, but haven't you all done like case scenario 1, 2, 3? So, hey, if they approve this, then we've got this. If they approve that, then we've got that. So we can, we've got A, B, C. So if they approve A but not B, then we've got this. We've got B, C. So you don't have to wait months. You don't have to. You guys are the experts in all this, so I'm just deferring to you that this shouldn't have to take another 3 weeks for a board meeting, because you all should have kind of some of these contingencies already built out, so that this shouldn't, I guess I'm wondering what.
Yeah, I mean, there are some contingencies. There are some external folks that we're waiting on to hear back from, to put those things together. There's some other spots where, we're actively negotiating with the unions. There's a lot of up in the air. And we could say we expect all these things to happen perfectly, but I have a feeling we'll be back. And so then, there's secondary pieces behind it that are, and there's a series of cuts that this board has rejected outright. So that also limits the places we can go.
So can we talk about what initiatives are we going to stop? Or are we going to reduce, or are we going to have to consolidate because of these? Do we have that part figured out? If we've approved this now, we're gonna vote, but do you have the data to say what we're going to have to stop? We said eliminate IB. What's the impact of that?
So there are, 3 IB schools, is it?
So one of the things we had to do was stop programming the IB program. Another thing that we had to do was combine departments, as you know, reduce staffing, share resources. In my office alone, we're all sharing administrative support, and changing time, generally how we do business. So the plan is all in the budget book that you have access to. We would be ready to go. We were prepared to be ready to go today to request your vote, to request your support. Those things are not changing. It's just at this point, we want time to be able to actualize all of the things that we are putting forward and asking for these 4 pieces to be approved so we can have a little bit more solid footing on where we're going with the rest of the items in the budget book. I imagine we're coming back to you with that same information. It won't be different, but we're just seeking these 4 pieces at this point.
Okay, so just as an example, when we talk about the 81 central office positions, the 12 social workers, do we have the data on the impact of how many schools would be impacted by the reduction of the 12 social workers and the 8 counselors? What would be that impact of just that, if that's approved, what's the impact of that to the schools?
So we wanted to make sure that we kept that support in each of the 66 buildings. We're able to do that with this plan. I think you asked me last meeting about data, and I said we didn't have data to show how helpful a reduction would be. A reduction will not be helpful to us. And I think everybody understands that. So that's the hard part.
No, I know, I'm not saying it's gonna be helpful. I'm just saying, do we have the data? We know if we approve it, you all have the plan. I'm just saying, do we know what the implementation and the impact is of all of these things? Do we know that yet?
Yes, we did present a chart, if you recall, that has each school listed and what level of support in each of those areas, social worker, counselors. Unfortunately, we did have to change assistant principals again. Some that when we were here more recently had an assistant principal, but at this point, there's a reduction proposed of 10 less.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to share some quick thoughts from me since everyone has gone and I have not. And then if folks want to do quick second rounds here, we'll allow some quick ones here. But I think I want to say this first. We could also approve the entirety of what's recommended and what's not recommended in the budget book if we want to do that today. And I think that still would not put us in a position to say that calculating for the transportation dollars that we have to adjust for, calculating for the strategic plan won't mean we'll be back at the table having more discussions about our budget. I think that's just a reality of these things aren't completed and that we haven't done them yet. And that means there's still work to be done. I also want to note, each of the 4 items that are on this list today that have been motioned for are all things that have been on presentations for the last 2, I believe the last 2 board meetings. So none of this is new. The third thing I would like to say, I think the reality is that we are facing what is probably the worst timed reductions from the state, increases to our budget, and hard decisions that we put off for the last 3 years. And every year for the last 3 years, for the more board members have been on here, we have decided to go with every other little thing that we could cut other than making any significant change to how the district operates. And when we do that, that means we come to a point where no matter what we take off the agenda, or what we take off of the budget, it's going to hurt. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's going to hurt. And I think the thing that I am severely concerned about in us having this discussion, and again, people can vote how they want to vote. I'm not telling anyone how to vote on this. But what I am saying is that we have to start this process for next year in August. To be quite honest, because that is the only way we will have enough time for every person to have every individual thing discussed, talked about, and addressed in a way that seems meaningful enough for folks to be able to make a decision, which is fine. I'm all about it. I said it last year, we should start in August. I'm saying it this year, we'll start in August. It's a nice power of being the board chair. You can put it on the agenda whenever you want to. But the reality is also, we have to be willing to say there are things that we are willing to not do because our budget no longer allows us to do it, knowing that we may always be against it, knowing that we may always say this is not the direction we want to move in. I think there are a lot of great things that are going to come to the district through the strategic plan. I think there are a lot of great efforts that we are in the midst of talking about that will make this district a really awesome, or present some really awesome opportunities for the district. I also know this is going to be a rough year. And to be quite honest, next year may be also a rough year as we start to implement things because change is also hard. And so I'm, again, folks, vote your conscience, vote where you want to vote. I'm not telling anyone which way to vote or anything to that effect. I'm just also noting, we have to own the fact that we made decisions over the last 2 or 3 years that have contributed to what we're facing right now. We can blame the state, which is valid to do. We can blame the legislature, which is valid to do. We can blame the cost of buying gasoline because we decided to do crazy wars and all other things. All valid things that have increased the cost of living and increased the cost of what doing business is. We've also put off changing how we do business in any meaningful way that would have prepared us for this year. So I think we also have to just be conscious of that as we go into the next budget year. I will open up for any additional conversation. Let's see, Board Member Armbruster, Board Member Crossett. So we'll go Armbruster, Crossett, Board Member Mapp. Okay, Board Member Mapp also. So
I just want to say, I am more than willing to vote on the full budget book, but I don't want to make the treasurer's job harder. So if he is telling me that this is what he wants me to do today, that's what I will do. If he tells me it will make his life easier to do the budget book tonight, I will do the budget book tonight. But this job is hard enough. I don't think the 7 of us need to make it harder for him. Either way, no matter what we pass tonight, the big one or this one, we're not okay for next year yet. So in my mind, let's do whatever makes it easier for the administration that's already been putting in countless hours to make this work. That's where I stand on this. I think we listen to the administration. These are not new. Let's stop pretending like it's the first time we've seen these recommendations. It's not. I think we need to do a better job of opening our minds to, just because they're not saying what we want them to hear is not that they're not saying them.
all right, Board Member Crossett, then Board Member Mapp.
Yes, I understand that there's a lot of moving parts, and what you're asking for is a little more time to capture a few more of the moving parts so that we can be as accurate as possible. I think that's what you're asking for. And getting these recommendations approved today helps you get to the point where we can have a full budget in July. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I understand all that, and if I agree with my fellow board member, whatever's easiest, makes it easier for you, I would support. So hopefully you could let us know. Thank you.
All right, Board Member Mapp, then Board Member Lindy.
Okay, so yes, I want to be clear that we have seen these recommendations, and I will speak for myself. I am not trying to make the administration's job hard at all. I've actually tried to make sure that there's clarity around each decision that's made so that we're not being reactionary with our decisions just to get to, again, a target number, and then we have to go back and make corrections, and which I'm hearing the administration ask for more time now. I think I've been very clear about the things that I am willing to support and the things that I am not willing to support. So I just want to make sure that is highlighted as we are moving forward with the conversations. I do have some additional questions as you talked about the Eliminate IB program. I am recognizing that this was something that you implemented with the growth plan. And this was one of the initiatives that you were, excited about implementing. And so now that we've implemented this program, I can't remember, what is it, 2 schools you said? Is it Evanston and just Withrow? Okay, and Roberts maybe?
Yes, this year was Evanston and Withrow. In the past, it's been Roberts and Dater High School.
Okay, so my thoughts are, what is going to be the response from the families and the students that now have to transition to a different programmatic structure? Because this is what many families were presented with. As we talked about the growth plan, we talked about there wasn't a significant amount of engagement with that. And so now here we are again having to shift. I understand where we are in terms of our finances, but again, we have to think about what the impact is going to be. So as I'm talking about making decisions, I'm also very concerned about what the impact and the ramifications are going to be. And so I am curious to know, what does that conversation look like for the students and the families that had one programmatic model or orientation and now is going to have to transition yet again?
Yes, and I don't like it either. We have been out to the schools, the people who are responsible for supervising those schools, to have the conversation. So the schools are well aware of what we're discussing and what we've been discussing. Similar to other areas that we have to cut, I don't want to, but we're in a position where I don't have a choice.
Okay, and then again, as I highlighted, I really appreciate the efforts around the counselors and social workers. You know, I'm going to continue to always advocate and further that advocacy. I do know that Governor DeWine, as I talked about, just the work that's happening from the state level, is also pushing forth an initiative around reducing chronic absenteeism. So I don't know if there's an opportunity for those additional counselors and social workers to be able to kind of fall under this umbrella to, again, make sure that we are in alignment with the initiatives that the governor is putting forth for our district and our, you know, our state as well. And then lastly, just one final question. I heard from the members of the purchasing department, and I appreciate their presence today because I think it really highlighted the scope of work that they do that I was not all the way knowledgeable about. And so recognizing that we have pretty much dismantled our curriculum department or our curriculum managers, and knowing that they help to provide the curriculum resources to our students in our schools, I am apprehensive, I am concerned about what that impact would look like with those potential reductions there.
This is why we're creating this network model, so that there's not an interruption at the schoolhouse level. We will have to do the work differently. We'll be prepared to do the work differently.
Okay. Are they included in this recommendation tonight in the 10%? Or is that in the budget book?
They're in the central office positions.
Okay. All right, and then I know that this is something that we don't want to do, but I do have some exceptions to, I know, and maybe this, I should defer to President Craig.
We can, once we get through all the discussion, we can, folks can announce what they're abstaining from
Okay.
in the vote.
All right, sounds great, thank you.
Board Member Lindy?
Thank you, President Craig. Can you remind me who was the motion maker on this one? Member Armbruster. I've been just chewing on this because this really does feel like a situation where multiple things are true at the same time. And I appreciate what one of my colleagues said, it might have been Ms. Armbruster, I can't remember, about not making the jobs more difficult for the superintendent and the treasurer. This is hard. I am disappointed that we're not voting on a final proposal today. What I wanted to ask Member Armbruster, I have a proposal for an amendment, and I'm curious if it would be friendly or not. What I heard I try very hard in these meetings not to bring up a million issues, but to bring up a small number of issues and to bring them up over and over again because I think they really matter. I think it is very hard in this financial context to prioritize investments that move the needle for kids, but I do think they're out there. And I think the one that seems clearest to me is the one I've been bringing up, particularly because there are federal title funds available to fund it that we cannot use for many of these positions, for any of these positions that are proposed being cut. So here's my proposed amendment that would, I think, put me in a position where I could vote in favor of this tonight. I understand that all of the fine tuning isn't done yet with the title dollars. But the amendment would be that we spend the same or more as we did this past year on curriculum PD for teachers, particularly because the allocation in Title IIA has gone up from last year. So if that's a friendly amendment, what it would let me do as a board member is say, I am empathic with the challenges of the administration. I'm trying to hold a high bar for what we can complete by the deadline. I understand life is imperfect. We're going to do the best we can together. And in that context, we're going to do the little bit that we can to invest in something that really will make a difference for students' academic outcomes, which is why Cincinnati Public Schools exists. So is that an amendment that could be a friendly one?
Can I ask a question to the administration before we answer? Okay, so, because I'm new to this, and title dollars, and I'm very confused on it all.
You weren't here last year, that's right.
I listened, and it was still confusing. So when he's making requests for title dollars, and we're voting on a general fund, how are those two things connected? So if that, I don't, connect it for me.
They aren't.
I mean, I think the board can motion for what they want across funds. Yeah, it does not affect the general fund portion. Surely Title II is for improving teacher quality. That's the name of the fund. It is, teacher PD for teachers to use curriculum. All those things are definitely approvable expenses. I mean, what the amendment's doing is committing at least a significant chunk of those funds to one specific area. I don't know if it commits us to a vendor or if we have, what other options we have there, or.
I'm not requesting a commitment to any particular funder or any particular vendor. And what I'm requesting is a line that is equal to or above what it was last year. And our allocation in Title II has gone up.
We can continue discussion around it, and I guess the question becomes ultimately to you as the motioner as to whether or not you accept it as a friendly motion. I think, again, there's also space to have additional discussion. I don't know if Treasurer wanted to say anything else, or...
I think I second the motion. If all 7 of us did this, we would be in serious trouble. And I think part of it is that all 7 of us have, in some way, shape, or form, done this. And that's why they still need 3 more weeks to do this Herculean effort. I know I've been guilty of it. I am sick to death about the IB piece. I'm not that much worried of the fact that it's not going to happen on the eastern hemisphere, if you will, of the district, but we were going to have and do have, I think, in the country, the only K-12 IB program in the country that we are talking about eliminating in order to save $1 million. That makes me sick.
Yeah.
So I do know that there isn't a connection between the general fund dollars that we're having to vote on and making a commitment of how those federal dollars. These people have worked so hard, particular folks in the finance and throughout the schools have worked so hard to get all those federal dollars spent so that we're not, turning them back in or whatever. So I think if we have to do something to get a vote, that's politics. It's not necessarily financial, but it's important. My issue is that all the administration is asking for is a few more weeks to get this completely right. And I hope that we are understanding that for the public's sake and for the staff's sake, we do have to reach a conclusion no later than this coming month. I mean, we can't go on like this, because it's now almost time to start the next budget, according to the president, not to mention start the next school year and then prepare for the strategic plan. So I personally am not willing to vote on the whole budget book, because I don't like the whole budget book. I'm willing to vote for what I seconded, even though it has the IB piece in it. And I'm upset about having to do the furlough because that is the 2.5% increase that people got. And it is not necessarily broadly shared with all employees, and I understand why. But I hope that we can vote and have a positive vote on what the motion is. If the motion maker wants to accept an amendment in order to get that vote, I understand that. But this is why we are late in getting this done.
I'll just say, I respect your passion for the issue. I just don't see the connection between voting on the general fund and voting to direct title dollars. So I don't think it makes sense to tie those two things together with this motion. So I'm very sorry to not accept the friendly.
So if it's not friendly, I'm making the motion anyway to amend it, and I'm curious if there is a second. Thank you.
All righty. Any further discussion?
Call the motion.
All right, so we have had a motion, we've had a second, we've had discussion. And again, at this point, when your vote comes up is when you can say what you are either abstaining from or not supporting, but otherwise we will call the roll, or call the vote, I'm sorry.
Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
No.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes, with the exception of the counselors, social workers, and the purchasing team.
Vice President Moffett,
Sorry. Yes, with the exception of social workers and counselors.
and President Craig.
Yes. All righty. Again, I recognize the passion for everybody on this board for various issues that are always important, and I appreciate everyone kind of working through this with the administration as we keep moving forward. Next topic on our agenda is no less any more challenging here. So what we will now discuss is a potential resolution declaring it necessary to levy an additional tax. First, let the treasurer go through just a quick presentation, or treasurer and superintendent go through a quick presentation, and then again, potentially there is a resolution. It's on the agenda, I believe, so that would require a motion in a second. So we'll start with just a presentation from treasurer and superintendent.
Thank you, President Craig. So wanted to quick presentation tonight. Yeah, at our last meeting here, assignment was made to Finance Committee to come up with a recommendation, which they did. I don't know, Chair Bolton, if you want to talk any about what the Finance Committee recommendation, or just let me go.
Why don't you do the presentation and then I'll embellish it needlessly.
Excellent teamwork. Okay, so tonight's request is for the board to pass a resolution of necessity. This is the first of two resolutions needed to place the levy on the ballot. What the resolution of necessity does is it directs administration to reach out to the county auditor. The county auditor then certifies the millage and the amount to be collected. For the most part, it's non-binding. You do not have to limit yourself to one certificate of necessity. You can do multiples. Traditionally, you don't do more than three, just to be respectful of the other county offices. But a resolution of necessity is the start. Again, it doesn't bind or commit the district to anything at this point, but it is the first step. The second resolution is called a resolution to proceed. That is the one that is required to place a levy on the ballot. So you can see there, Finance Committee's recommendation from the 12th is that a levy will be put on the November 2026, on the 2026 ballot. It would be a fixed rate levy for a period of 5 years. with the size of 7 mills. Would generate approximately $64.8 million a year for the district. We had a robust discussion at Finance Committee. Vice President Moffett joined us as well. I thank her for input. So we talked about traditional levies versus school district income taxes. We also talked about other millage amounts and funding facility repairs. All right, so just to kind of, these next slides go through high level, kind of the discussion and maybe the thinking. First one is the reason for November 26 is because we could start collecting funds in January of 27. You would see the full amount available for the FY28 budget planning. So that's the next budget we're going to plan. Any delay of that then pushes collections till January of 28, and so you don't start seeing the levy money until FY29. So that means we would have another year of budgets like this year with all the painful reductions that we just went through, delays to facility repairs, and then obviously there would be no additional funds for the first 2 years of the strategic plan. So that's why I think that's the committee's thought was November made the most sense. If you go to the next slide, fixed rate levy. We had a lot of discussion about fixed rate versus school district income tax. Just to remind everyone, emergency levies are no longer a thing, so you can't do a fixed sum levy, which is what the district's done last time. We went for new money 10 years ago. Based on that, I think there's a lot of interest in the income tax. It's kind of a new concept to our community, and I think the prevailing thought was that it would be too hard in the time between now and November to explain both how school district income tax works, as well as for the board to explain, what the levy would be for, and what the district's benefits would be. We did not look at permanent improvement as bond levies. They're not really applicable when your needs are operational. Next. The length of the levy, 5 years has been the standard for new CPS levies, is probably back to 2008 range, even before the last new money levy. I think it gives the taxpayers a good amount of accountability. There's a fixed into the levy. It gives you 5 years to kind of put up or shut up and prove that the money's going to a good spot. 5-year levy would cover our entire strategic plan and our financial forecast. And traditionally, the district will do a 5-year and then a 5-year before they would look to go 10 years. And that's what we've done over the last couple of renewals. In regards to the size of the levy, 7 mills does a lot. Obviously, it keeps pace with inflation, at least where we think inflation is going to be. You never know, but that would fund some strategic plan initiatives. Definitely have some money here for facility repairs and upgrades that are needed, both programmatic and just urgent repairs. And also allow us to build a foundation for longer growth. There are some things that we can do now that set the stage for growth in 2030, 2031. This is our current levy timeline. I know we've printed the slide before, so I added the "We Are Here" location so you see where we're at today. We have three active levies that are all in play right now, in addition to whatever's chosen to do now. If you go to the next slide, kind of like to have this discussion at finance, and like talk about this as a strategic revenue plan. So there's a now request of what kind of to ask for now, which is a 7-year 5 mil levy. There's a renewal already on the books for 2029. That is an emergency levy, so something has to be done. At a minimum, it'll need to be converted to a fixed sum, a 5-year fixed sum levy, or there's a chance for something new, chance potentially to convert to an income tax at that time. And we would have 3 years of strategic plan results as evidence to make that case. Then finally, in 2031, the bond levy ends. And so that creates an opportunity to do a new facilities plan, we're talking looking 20, 30 years into the future, but it gives us the ability to finish up critical repairs to existing facilities, continue expansion of strategic items, and then, make sure that we have schools where kids are going to be. We provide that. So I like to think of it, like I said, as a strategic continuum. So this request isn't in a vacuum. There's a larger overarching plan. And finally, we talked a lot about facility repairs. I want to thank the facilities team for doing another look at the facilities repair plan, especially in light of a longer term outlook, an outlook of potentially doing a bond levy in 2030, starting with money in 2032. The new levy would have money for both critical repairs, things like roofs and some critical systems there, as well as some programmatic renovations. I was thinking specifically around career tech. Some of those career tech spaces, we could work through those. We talked a lot about COPS and this flexibility. I would say, in my opinion, this is an operational decision. As we get deep into what the needs are, we work with the experts. It's a matter of, do you need a little bit of money now, or is it better to have a big influx of money at the beginning, or do you need a little bit of money each year? And there's a lot of factors that come into that. It's not only how much money you need, it's how quick you can get things done. It's about capacity for change across the schools. You can't replace all the roofs at once. You can't create complete chaos at all your athletic facilities. So there's got to be a longer term plan to that. So just last slide on this. Just to try to put it together, I've used this slide before. So this gives you Finance Committee recommendation, as well as a couple of things in gray that were discussed, but were not part of the official recommendation.
Alrighty. Are there any, I know this is also coming out of the Budget, Finance, and Growth Committee's meeting, so I don't know if any members of the committee want to share any thoughts on the presentation, and then we'll go into, we'll get someone to make, if anyone chooses to, make a motion as a recommendation, but I think starting just first with the committee to see if there's any additional adding points they wanted to put forth. Chair of the committee, Board Member Bolton.
Thank you very much. And it was a number of meetings all together where we were able to arrive at this unanimously among the three of us. And I think it's a great recommendation. I think tonight, as the treasurer mentioned, we would be voting on doing the things we need to do step by step to get the information that we would need properly to actually make the vote as to whether or not to go to the community. I would suggest that what we were told is that in order to get the information, we have to go to the auditor to get the information, and that we can ask a number of percentages, as long as you know that whatever percentage you're asking, you will have had to have asked before you can actually act on the one that we would be taking. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a good point. Your resolution to proceed has to be based on a previously passed resolution of necessity.
So I would add, and I wasn't clear about that in the finance meeting as such, but knowing where we are to give us as much leeway when it comes time for that vote, I would suggest that even though we have recommended the 7 to take care of both inflationary costs, immediate necessary facilities costs, but also general operational costs, I would suggest that, of course, none of this will matter if it won't pass in the community. I would suggest that besides we ask the auditor for information about 7, I would suggest that we ask for 7.5, excuse, no, Eve, 6.5 and also 6. Largely because I still think, as one board member, as you all know, I'm a believer in the COPS. I think we can have more movement possibly regarding facilities with COPS after we have a review of the facilities plan, which I know is already underway very strenuously and vigorously. I would just like to suggest that the fixed 5-year, the request of the auditor be for both 6 and 6.5 and 7. 7 was, we wanted to talk about 8, and we did, but 8 started to be a kind of worrisome for us. And we felt 7 was the best way to make sure that we would have enough for our strategic plan and facilities, but I do think COPS does allow us some room if that works operationally. And again, this is just to get the information that we need in order to actually make the final decision. And this is a plan. I have one question of the treasurer. When we talk about the burning of the mortgage, so to speak, in 3031 or whatever it is, annually, what is the cost of that facilities master plan? Do we know a number, particularly over time? When we don't have that cost, what is it? What would that save us?
Yeah, so it's 3 mills. No, it's I'll say this, for the taxpayers, it'll be around 3 mills by the time it gets done. For the district, it's about $30 million a year that we're spending, that it raises. And that $30 million is leveraged to fund, I think $480 million of bonds was the last set of bonds we issued.
So this, and I think it was Member Mapp that talked the most eloquently about it. I think she even got like a check plus from General Counsel at the meeting. I fell off my chair. He's never said anything nice to me. But at any rate, this is a plan. This is a bridge. This is showing the public that we are not asking for more than we need. We're not turning on the spigot as such, and the reality is there's a plan from a highly audited and awarded financial house in this school district of how we get to the next phase, and we start the 3rd century. So I would just like to add, humbly suggest asking the auditor to do all 3 numbers. The one that the finance wants, but the other 2 at lower, just to get it done. And again, this is just to go to the next step. This is not whether or not we have a levy or not.
Alrighty. Just before I go to any other board members, I just wanted to make sure, were there any other thoughts from the committee with regards to their recommendation? Mr. Crossett.
If you go back a slide, Jeremy. Maybe one more, maybe a couple more, I'm not sure. Yeah, that one. On the 2031 bond levy, when that ends, that $30 million annual payment ends, we could possibly have a new bond levy at that time, but more than likely it wouldn't be, it would be more for maintenance and some new buildings, but it's not going to be the giant facilities master plan that we funded 20 some years ago, correct?
No, I can't imagine at this point it would be anywhere near the scope of what we did back in the early 2000s.
So I think that's important when you're looking at the long view to know that when we get past this 5-year levy, that there will be probably a significantly less need from the public to fund the school,
and I think,
school buildings.
I think what's nice about that is we will have several options to go to the public. You can have a smaller bond levy of less millage, which has a net result of reducing taxes. You can keep the millage relatively the same, but have a shorter bond levy. So instead of going out 20-some years, maybe you go out 10.
Whatever the options are, it's going to be less.
Yeah, I would love the option of doing a permanent improvement bond kind of mix, but we can talk about all that in 2030.
Alrighty. So then our other committee member, did you have anything else you want to add to regard to the recommendation?
Not much to add. As we stay on this slide, I just wanted to highlight that this was a slide that I really appreciated because, again, we were talking about a comprehensive scope of what our finances will look like and really providing that lens of where we are now and talking about transitioning in 2029 where there is that expiring levy and we have an opportunity to renew. I really thought it was helpful for us to really create some awareness and educate around what an income tax levy entails. Just from my understanding, just because that's not been the nature or the scope of our landscape. So I really like this plan for that reason in terms of identifying what our current needs are and what we're intending to do and where we're intending to transition to. Yet at the same time, I did hear concerns around what would be the most ideal, whether it's a property tax levy or if it's an income tax levy. And so I know that during our discussion, we talked about bringing that to the full board to be able to just have conversation and kind of some discernment around, what ideally we thought would be the most advantageous. Oh, and the last thing that I'll add is I know that I stress, and I believe that all of us stress, that with this comprehensive plan that the administration, the superintendent would have to provide kind of a thorough recommendation of how these funds will be spent, right? Because we don't want to just give a general overview. And I see that, it's outlined here, but really being able to make sure that the strategic plan goals are aligning with this levy recommendation and plan here.
Yeah. So I see Superintendent want to chime in there?
Absolutely. And there's coming up next an update on the strategic plan, which is going well, and we're getting more and more input from stakeholders per your request of Bellwether and Rice. But what I am pulling from the 4 priorities so far with the strategic plan is really emphasizing what we want to do instructionally to ensure that our students are excelling in literacy and mathematics and being able to communicate as one highlight, which is where I think professional development will come into place. The second big piece is what I've heard throughout the years, and I think our stakeholders are making this known through the strategic plan engagement process, and that is the need for in-demand, high-quality career and technical education with a strong pipeline into workforce. And then finally, this year we launched an incredible program with our Montessori training, and there are many other opportunities that we have for our staff and our students if we strengthen our workforce and in areas such as not only Montessori, but also with Green, which we had a conversation about that earlier based on what was done a couple of weeks ago and what we've been doing all along, as well as with our community learning center model.
All right. I will open up to the full board now, and so I know Vice President Moffitt.
So I know you all have the committee has taken quite a bit of time to do this work, and I appreciate it, and I want to go on the record to say I know that we need a levy, and for whatever the reason, whether it be the state or not making the right choices or the choices early enough, we definitely need the levy, so I support it wholeheartedly. I am in support of an income tax levy. I heard while we were campaigning that community overwhelmingly say that they felt like that was more equitable distribution. And so I didn't see enough research on that, and I have some questions around that. The community is, we talk about levy fatigue, and they understand that topic. And I'm concerned because we don't have the strategic plan completed, but I don't think that should stop us. We do have 4 categories outlined with regard to the Bellwether report, but they're not yet budgeted categories. So I'm kind of concerned around how did we get to the number
of 64.75 million as a baseline when we don't have those categories sufficiently budgeted as needing to be funded. So that's my first question. How do we get to 7 mils for 5 years at 64.75 annually when those numbers aren't really kind of shored up? So that's kind of my first question. How do we know that that's the right number? But I'm going to just kind of get all my questions kind of asked out. We are a district that's foundationally built based off of equity. And so it concerns me that we talk about equity and we're also talking about putting something on that will adversely impact our seniors when we talk about property tax increases. So that really concerns me, is the undue burden or the increase to our seniors. So with regard to the property tax, what portion of that levy is for current operating deficit versus the new strategic plan investment when we talk about the 64.75 million? That's one question. How many CPS resident homeowners are 60 or older, and what would the estimated annual impact be on those homeowners at the 6.5 mil or the 7 mil? Do we know that research? Do we know how many senior homeowners live in the neighborhoods where the property values have risen faster than that household income? I guess I'm really just trying to talk about what is the impact that we're anticipating for them when we talk about a property tax levy. Because I'm really interested in what would the income tax levy be versus the property tax levy. We haven't done, it's easy for us to do the property tax because we've done that over and over again. I think that the difference between the income tax and the property tax is an awareness issue, which we would already have to do anyway because we have to do the marketing for the levy. And I think that people with the other things that are going on in the community, we're gonna have to sell a levy anyway. And I think that we just need to do that. Since the presentation says that the school district income tax requires extra certification, what's the last practical date for the board to request that certification and still meet the November ballot deadline? And then one of my other really big questions is, can we pass multiple resolutions of necessity tonight or at the next meeting to keep both options alive? I kind of tried to do a little bit of research so that we can kind of meet both of those, have you all do some research, meet both of those, kind of go along both of those paths, and then decide at the nth hour which one would be best. But I think it's really our responsibility to do some due diligence around both of those to see what would be best, and then decide if we can, because we are already going to do multiple things at the same time. And I think I heard you mention that we could do 3. So maybe do a little bit of due diligence around different types to see long-term what would be best for our taxpayers. That would also give some integrity to the fact that we're really trying to do our due diligence for the community, and with integrity, see what would be best. And we could tell them that, that we're really not doing this with haste. But most importantly, I just want to do the side-by-side comparison of the fixed property tax levy and the school district income tax levy for the earned income. And so I'm not saying that we should delay it. I want to make sure that people know I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I think that waiting to the spring would be harmful, but we definitely need to do our due diligence. Did you get my questions?
I think so. I'm gonna try. I'll start.
Okay.
I'll start back. Your first question was how did we arrive at the 7 mil number? I think that was a long kind of running thing where we started with some sizing scenarios way back in the winter, and worked those through, and talked about what does it look like to save some money for strategic plan, what does it look like to keep up with inflation, some different numbers. We kind of at not the last finance committee, we're at the one before, we kind of got to two versions, an 8 and like an 8 and a 6. And so that's kind of the launching point for it. One of the things, a couple of things I think about regardless of any of the levies. Obviously you want some portion of this to be strategic, and I think that conversation, it's still a conversation to have. What percentage of this to be strategic? But a good chunk of this just needs to keep the trains running. You heard from the purchasing department today. You've heard from a lot of employees that we are making significant reductions to things that should exist every day. And so a chunk of the levy is just getting us out of this constant cycle of cuts. That's step one. Part of this levy is doing some of these critical facility repairs that A, may allow us to bring more kids into the district, but B, make sure that we keep kids safe when they're here. And then that third portion of it is the strategic stuff. And some things are going to be some overlap. I know one thing the superintendent and I have talked about is, some of the facility stuff that enables some of our workforce programs. As you look at that, it might be, hey, adding some garage bays for an automotive program, plus some additional, upgrades in the same building, it accomplishes two things. So I think that part still needs to be fleshed out exactly what those percentages are. I think superintendent did a good job of laying the foundation of some of those things that for the marketing proposal. But the other side of any levy conversation is, and I think we're all aware of this, is how much will the community bear? There's no reason, I don't think there's any reason to say, hey, we need a 12 mil levy when it's not feasible. There is that. If you look in the additional information in the slides, there is, I believe, and I don't know what slide it is, Rob, unfortunately, but there is a demographic slide that shows our the demographics of our district. Keep going. It's the one that's not like any other. There you go. And thank David Conley from Rock Mill for providing this, but it does give you an idea of kind of where we compare, what percentage of I would say voting age residents would get Social Security income. It's about 30%. I think some of their suburbs are higher. The other thing I think is interesting here is the percentage of renter occupied housing units. The district sits at about 58%. And I think that's important for the conversation, depending on where you want to go. Also, Rob, if you can go to the slide that shows all of the millage and the amounts, I think this is an important slide to always come back to, is this shows the different millage and the amounts per year for a homeowner at the $100,000 value and then going up in the home value. So it's this combination of, and I think the board members did a really good job of trying to triangulate between needs, capacity, of our community and other things. As far as kind of certification for the income tax, the certificate of necessity is similar, but what's going to happen is that's going to go to the Ohio Department of Taxation for approval, or really certification. So they go through, they'll come back and tell you, based on how much money you need, this is what percentage of income tax you would have, whether it's earned income or traditional income. Ideally, we would do all of that tonight. I know there are technically 2 board meetings between now and when the ballot has to be filed with the Board of Elections. I would much prefer that we do the second resolution in July, if at all possible. And I don't want to be a day against the last deadline. I think especially with the last round of property tax reform changes, there are changes to the ballot language you have to use. So it is new ballot language. It changes, what the person's going to read. You got to be perfect on that. Not that, and I have absolute confidence in Mr. Hoying over there, but it would be nice to have a little bit of leeway in case a word or two is not perfect, that we would have a second chance to correct that. There was a district back in November that actually got pushed off the ballot because they submitted language that was not correct, and they did it at the deadline, and so they did not have a chance to fix it, and so they lost their opportunity to be on the ballot.
So my last question was around, is it possible to submit both types and then decide, we get the data around income tax and property tax, and then we decide which one to finalize?
It is possible. They are different resolutions and wording, but
Okay.
it is
Okay, so it's possible?
it is possible,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Let me go Board Member Armbruster, and then we'll come back around for any additional.
Can you go back to the slide we were just at with the millage? So I fully respect the Budget Committee. I listened to all your meetings, that you guys were so thorough about this, and I appreciate how you came to the 7 mil conclusion. And I'm not naive to politics. I've run levy campaigns for other districts before. But $64 million is not enough, in my opinion. I know it doesn't work this way, but imagine we had that $64 million this year. It doesn't even cover all of the money we need to make cuts for this year with this year's inflation. So I'm not saying we would add back all the things we've cut, but you say this might get us to 2029. I don't think it will. I think we'll be back here in 2 years after having passed this levy, still trying to make cuts to make ends meet, and it makes me highly uncomfortable. I just don't think it's enough. I understand the political side of asking for more money and risking the entire levy, but from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, I think it's more irresponsible to ask for an amount that I don't feel confident will even get us to the next levy conversation. It just doesn't feel responsible to me. And so I would love to hear from the superintendent and the treasurer, like how you think that this is gonna be enough in 2028, that we don't have to sit here and have these same conversations about budgets. Because truly, I don't see it.
I will say, and I think this is important, that a 6-7 mil levy does not magically fix everything. I mean, that we will still have to be very frugal. We will still have, it does not mean that we can put everything back that we have not chosen not to do. We'll still have to do all of the things that we've talked about, redesigning our work, working smarter. We'll still have to look at all of the things that were there. We'll have to be very frugal and very smart. It definitely puts us in a much better spot than we are today, where we have no additional revenue. For sure, this is 60 to 65 million.
So does 5 mils. Like, I get it, but like.
This is, I mean, obviously, the other great unknown, I think, is what's going to happen at the State House. There'll be a new governor, one way or the other. At the end of this year, there'll be a new legislature. So that's another great unknown as well.
Not just add, in addition to a new governor, it'll be a new budget season for the state. Last year, we were a little bit delayed with our budget, waiting to see what the state was going to do as well. There is still the unknown about what might happen with the federal government and what they may or may not do. They're still moving pieces around with the education department. So some of this, as we have dealt with the last 3 years, are unknowns. But then as I listen over time in terms of what's happening in other school districts and what our Budget and Finance Committee has talked about the last several meetings, I'm also interested in what can we really get done? What can we truly actualize? And so the thought of not going much higher than a 7 helps me to buy into that recommendation for a 7.
I respect it. I think it's completely wild to not even have them look at a higher one. The idea of having them look at 6 and 6.5 and 7 is silly to me. If we're having them look at 3, why wouldn't we have them look at a higher one? It's just, I cannot say with any confidence to the few people here, but all the people watching, that we pass this and I don't have to make more cuts in 2 years. And that makes me so uncomfortable. And there's no guarantees on anything, right? Like we could pass a 10 mil levy and still have to make cuts because costs are crazy. But like we're not leaving ourselves any money to add to our cash reserve. It's not enough. And to make this ask for the first time in 10 years, as Ms. Bolton likes to say, it's been 10 years. We're making a first ask in 10 years. Let's make a real ask. Let's ask for what we need to actually like do the job and not just, scrape by. I don't know.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna make a quick comment here and then go back to some second rounds. Like again, if it was on our mythical world where we would be able to pass the 11 that we talked about before, I would have been like, let's go for it. But we live in the real world, right? So I think this is a challenge for the board to figure out. We weigh these options, we weigh the benefits and the costs, and we weigh the things that people have an appetite for or don't. I am appreciative of the fact that our community has in general passed levies at a higher rate than almost every other school district in the state of Ohio, which I think is a credit to how we've been wise and when we come to them, but also a credit to their appreciation for public education. There does come a point where someone will say, at some point, I can't do no more. And I don't think we're there yet, but I do think we have to be respectful of it. The one maybe clarifying point before we go into the next round and also into whatever resolution we ultimately do, which I want to move us towards, was the recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee, and I did watch a good portion of it, didn't watch all of it, can't say I was committed to doing all of it, but was the recommendation just for the millage rates or millage amounts, not necessarily the specific type? And I ask that because I think that does make a difference to your point about which resolutions we choose to pass and which we would seek to get clarity around.
The recommendation was specific to the when, the type, the length, and the millage. So slide 2, Rob. Or one more, sorry.
One more.
Okay. I will go Mr. Crossett.
I wanted to I appreciate Board Member Moffitt's comments regarding seniors and the property tax and that issue. We did talk a little bit about the income tax option, and I think I felt at least, and I think our committee felt like the levy in FY29 might be a better time to give more full consideration to that because it's very complicated and the shift is not easy. We've got, I think in our demographic chart, it showed that almost 60% of our population is renters. And so those are folks that won't benefit from that, so they're from that shift. So I think the shift is probably a good idea and we probably need to make that move, but it's going to take I think it's going to take some education of the public and maybe even a little deeper dive into whether or not it would get voted for and the impact for just everyone, not just the relief for seniors. I think it's probably a little more complex than that. So that was some of the considerations that we thought about around the income. We didn't just, do what we were always doing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All righty. Other comments with regards to this recommendation? Board Member Bolton.
Yes, thank you very much. It won't do any of us any good if it doesn't pass, first and foremost. I honestly feel very, very strongly that to ask of our taxpayers and voters all that we actually need is something they cannot afford. I'm just going to tell you, I need windows. I can't afford windows for my house. I am on a fixed income, a good one. Thank teachers' unions everywhere. But I think you are absolutely right. This is not all that we need. It's not all that we could spend. It's not enough necessarily to get us exactly where we need to be on this bridge. But I think it would be almost immoral and this time to ask of our taxpayers something they can't afford. It will be easier for us to make it through these few years if we are fortunate enough to make this pass, and most people have not been able to pass anything at this time. It will be easier for us to make it through than it will be to ask them to pay the additional amount of taxes. And I say that with great pride about it's been 10 years, because I've been here 10 years. Ben's been here, and Brandon's been here.
Ooh, not 10 years.
Well, you've been here 10 years, not on the board, but you've been in the district, right? And had some major authority figure issue and power, more so than board members do anyway, I'll tell you that. My point is we have to pass it. I'm totally in favor of the income tax. As a person that was, the second district in the state that did it, I was in that district. It's a tough sell, and it's a different constituency that you are appealing to than we would be with this. And I think it's later time to sell it. Whatever we do, we only are going to have 100 days to pass this thing. And that's already 300 days less than we usually get to pass a levy. So I would be more than willing to say this. I want to see the 6.5, or 7 if we wanted to go and see what 8 looks like. If we have to reach out to the tax people, the state, to get that kind of stuff so that we have that information. I'm in favor of doing that, but I do think tonight we have to take the next steps and give ourselves as much room to decide right in a couple of weeks, if possible. So I'm happy to up it to 8 for that additional piece, at least till it's on. But that is, but I would also go down too.
So I think as we now approach the time to have a motion for a resolution, I think what we technically have, if we're going to do multiples, we would basically have multiple resolutions of, I want to get the right word here, resolutions declaring it necessary, or resolutions of necessity. And so I think if we're, and again, General Counsel Hoying, definitely correct me if I'm wrong on how we do this, but if we had a motion to do multiple resolutions, do we need can we do it in one vote, or do we need multiple votes? Okay, so that in mind, okay, Mr. Lindy.
Yeah, just before we get to the voting, I appreciated the chance to hear everything my colleagues have shared. And I do have a couple thoughts that I want to share. And they may sound, I agree with bits and pieces of what many people have said and disagree with bits and pieces. But stay with me, and I will try my very best to make them hang together. The first thing I wanted to say is I agree with Member Armbruster about not asking enough. I respect what Member Bolden was saying about how much people can reasonably afford. I also think that if we're going to ask, we need to ask for enough that it's going to make a difference. I wanted to make sure I shared that. The other thing is, this levy is going to stand a better chance of passing if we as a board are united behind it. I think that is absolutely possible. I want to share, I'm not there yet. I think we can get there. I think we have a very clear path to get there by the time we need to take our final vote on this levy. But I wanted to make sure I was really clear while we're in a public meeting that I'm not sure whether I'm supporting this levy yet or not. I'm not sure whether I'm going to campaign for or against a levy or not. I feel very strongly that we need more money here in CPS. I really do. I've tried to say that over and over again in the last couple of meetings. And there are many reasons why. I won't share all of them again because I feel like we've been living them for the last couple of hours. But there's just no question that we need more money. The thing that is also true is that over time, I think a reasonable voter could be concerned that we're going to invest new money well. We've seen our third grade reading scores go down last year. I went back and looked. If you go 10 years back and look at our performance index on the Ohio State report card, it is about the same as it is 10 years later. So that's a decade of more or less flat performance for the school district. Only about half of our students can pass the state's third grade reading exam or the Algebra 1 exam. And I think it's easy to say, gosh, what do you expect, Board Member Lindy? We're working in a district that is majority low income. I just don't think that's true. We have schools here in Cincinnati Public Schools. Hayes Porter is the best example. They had over 90% of their students pass the third grade reading exam this past year, when our pass rate as a district was 55.7%. And almost all of the students there are low income. I'm bringing this up just because I think we should be aspiring to do more. I don't want this levy to be, we need this in order to make sure we can balance our budget. I want this levy to be about as much money as we need to ask for to do something different for children. I think we can do that, but I think it requires three things. I think we have to be able to show the public we have a clear plan for how we're going to use new money to make a difference for children. I think that comes out of our strategic planning process. I don't think this is new work we need to start. I think it is work that is currently happening. I think we will land that plane before we have to take this final vote. I also think we have to be able to show the public that all of our stakeholders are committed to implementing that plan with fidelity. I can't tell you the number of times since I've been on this board in the last 7 years when there has just been a disconnect between what the board's trying to do, what the administration is trying to do, and what the teachers union is trying to do. We need to fix that. We need to be able to show the public that we are all united behind the same plan. I think these things are eminently doable. I think they are eminently doable on the timeline that we have, but they're going to be a precondition for me to vote in support of this levy and to campaign on it. If we can't show the voters, here's our plan, the administration's behind it, the board's behind it, the union's behind it, why should a voter vote for more money for us? I'm not trying to set a bar that we cannot clear. This is a bar I think we can absolutely clear, and we can make this next chapter for CPS the best one yet. So my current plan this evening is to abstain on this vote. I want to vote in favor of a levy. I think we can get there. But there are these three things that I think we owe every voter in Cincinnati. If we're going to ask them to share more money with us, I think we should do that. Thank you.
All righty. Were you about to add something, Judge Augustine? Or?
Just going to remind the board members that I believe a 2/3 majority is required to pass these.
All righty. Good point to remind us about. So what I will maybe start with is just the actual recommendation that came out of Budget and Finance. Do I have a motion and a second for that specific resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Treasurer Guston.
Okay, so this is the 7 mills. Okay, so Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Abstain.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt, President Craig.
Yes. So now the chair will entertain a second recommendation. There's a motion for a second recommendation for us to consider.
I so move for an 8%.
Okay.
A second?
Okay. With all of the same parameters?
Absolutely.
Also, just
Eight mills.
mills.
8 mills, not 8%.
Yeah, 9%. You know what I mean.
I mean, 8%.
Same difference, right? It's totally the same.
that's a
Yes.
friendly amendment.
Okay, so resolution of necessity for 8 mills. Do we need to read anything, Dan, or? I think Dan has blank ones over there. Okay, resolution of necessity for 8 mills, motion by Ms. Bolton, seconded by Ms. Armbruster.
All righty. Seeing no discussion, Judge Augustine?
Okay, Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Abstain.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Moffett? No? President Craig?
Yes. And then I know Treasurer Guston said we can do even up to a third. So if there is a third option that would like to be motion, more.
I so move for a 6.5 mil. Motion of necessity. Resolution of necessity.
6.5 mils traditional income tax. Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion before? All right, hear none. Treasurer Guston?
Ms. Armbruster?
No.
Ms. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Abstain.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Vice President Moffett?
No.
President Craig?
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Okay. Are there any other motions with regards to resolutions?
So I have a question. So I asked that we look at the income tax necessity. I don't know, how does that work? Is that a resolution or?
It is a resolution. Mr. Hoying, do you have because the wording's a little different, so do you have the resolution for an income tax?
Yes, I have prepared a resolution for income tax, not been reviewed by outside counsel. The difference being, for an income tax, it's certified to the Ohio Department of Taxation. It would, again, require the board to decide on whether it's for a specified period or for a continuing period of time. It would require the board to decide whether the tax proposed is an income tax levy or a tax on earned income. And it would require the board to determine and declare it necessary to raise annually an additional amount of money. And then the Department of Taxation tells us, based on income from this year, what that would result in terms of a percentage income tax.
And that doesn't lock us into anything. That just gives us information. Is that right?
Correct. It's
Just
the
like
same process in terms of a declaration of necessity and then a resolution to proceed. Requires 2 resolutions also.
Okay, so it just would give us information on what we would potentially generate as revenue, just like the same would be for the property tax. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I just need to make a motion that we adopt that resolution. Is that right?
But I think you have to
You need the
specify
numbers
the
as well,
time,
yeah.
the dollar amount, and whether earned income tax or income tax.
Correct.
Can you read it again?
Yeah, the resolution would require the board to pass a resolution specifying a proposed income tax that is to either last for a specified period or a continuing period of time, whether that tax would apply to the income or the earned income, and third, the amount of money necessary or you're requesting to raise so that the tax commissioner can then say what the percent would be to raise that amount. Does that make sense?
Just to clarify, I think we now have on the screen, it was additional slide on the deck, but it goes through the type, so the earned income or adjusted gross income. The terms are 1-5 and continuing, and then yeah, the amount would be the part, so you could match to whatever we are anticipating 7 mils to deliver.
Do you have that data, Mike?
So
Mr. Heston?
I would assume we would go 5 years.
5 years?
Okay, so let's do that. Yeah, so obviously, just thinking through earned versus traditional income tax, earned income tax is going to be more in your W-2 wages. The kind of net result is it's about 0.25% higher. So whatever percentage it comes back with is about 0.25% higher if you're just looking at earned income versus traditional income. I don't know if you have a preference one way or the other.
No, whichever will get us the most money. Yeah,
Wouldn't your preference be earned income so that you're not taxing seniors?
yes.
Yes, earned income would
Yeah.
not tax. Yes, okay, so 5 years, earned income. And then if you go back to the amount slide, do you have, are we trying to match the 7 mills? Okay, so we would say
And
60.
8,
Get one.
Match 8.
go for it.
So do we want to go 64.7? Do we want to go 69? Do we want to go 74 mil?
Let's match 8. Eve said let's match 8.
Okay, so 74 million.
Let's go for it.
Okay, so if I have this right, this would be a resolution, help me out, Judy. If there's a resolution of necessity for 5 years for an earned income tax in the amount of $74 million.
Earned income, right?
Earned income.
So no, we're not hitting the seniors.
Dan, did I get all the points?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so
And
we
this is
have,
just information gathering. so
we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Can I just ask one clarifying question?
Yes.
My understanding was that there was concern that we wouldn't get the information back in the same timeline. Is that still a concern or no? Because I had to do the second level of the Department of Taxation.
At this point, we should be good. It's concurrent.
Okay.
So one goes
Just wanted to
local, one
clarify.
goes there, but they have a 10-day turnaround time. So we should be good at this point. I would not want to go any further.
I just
into
didn't want to
the-
send the work if we didn't think it'd get back in time.
No,
so.
we should get it back in time.
All righty. See no further discussion. Call the vote.
Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
No,
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Abstain.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Moffett,
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. So I think we've now tapped the number of resolutions that we are willing to send over to get evaluated there.
it's a record, set a record.
Again, also want to note for folks who are not aware, I mean, part of the reason we are limited in also the timeframes, I know we've just recently renewed it at 10 years, and we're no longer allowed to do that. So what the state has done is created a process that makes it more likely that we'll be coming back to voters earlier than we would normally have tried to do in the past. Okay. Well, I'm going to try and move us through the rest of our agenda fairly quickly in hopes that we will get out of here before we've gotten out the last couple meetings. So
Don't say a time.
I would knock on wood, but I'm not sure, other than the sign here, what's wood. Our next presentation is about just an update on the strategic plan. I know it's a brief one, and also just to give a quick update, all of the documents that weren't able to be loaded up because of the problems with Board Docs have now been uploaded to Board Docs, so everyone should have access to those materials as well. Superintendent, you want to just walk us through here real quick?
Absolutely, thank you so much. So the treasurer and myself and our HR director pretty much meet with Bellwether every Monday. In addition to that, as you are aware, there are additional committees that are meeting, and the work is moving forward. We have passed the state where they're accessing what we are doing and talking with people and having group conversations and individual conversations. And now they are taking a look at strategy development that is happening in phase 2. Part of what is going on are the bullets that are listed. They are trying to focus in on 3 to 5 strategic priorities. They are continuing to work with stakeholders to solicit their feedback, and there are pretty much a couple of different areas on the next slide looking at creating a graduate profile. And we are actually looking at a different name, a little more innovative name for our graduate profile, so that's still being considered. They're secondly looking at the intended impact of our graduate profile and our strategic plan overall. There are 4 priorities, and this is where the groups are digging in. There has been a leader identified, and I'm sorry, the text is flipped backwards. I don't know what that's about. But there are 4 priorities. One has to do with our, are we good? Okay, there we go, thank you. Instructional equity And again, the broad theme is creating the conditions for every single student and their family in our school district. The second one are coordinated supports, pieces that we're so proud of, whether it is in our Department of Student Services, our student community engagement, et cetera. We want to strengthen and tighten up those efforts in a much more coordinated way. The third being led by our Director of Human Resources, and that is strengthening our talent. And then the fourth one, Treasurer Gustin and Assistant Superintendent Badgett are leading around leadership, decision rights, and our finances. So then on the next slide, and that's the end of the slides, yeah. So what is happening is in each of those 4 priorities, leads have been identified by Bellwether from central office, and we are expanding to other constituents. I will tell you that we are extending invitations based on your feedback the last couple of meetings to not only our religious clergy, but to our Hispanic Latina community, and an invitation has been extended to our union groups. One has gone out this weekend to the Federation, and then I have the other emails to the other presidents ready to go out for tomorrow. Moving along.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any questions about this brief update? Yes, Mr. Crossett.
Wasn't really a question, it's more of a comment. I'm very grateful for Greater Cincinnati Foundation, the business community, to invest in our strategic plan. This is significant. And I think not only is it an indication that they care about our district and our kids, but they also have confidence in our team. And I want, one of the things that when I did strategic planning in my business days was we always reminded ourselves that culture beats strategy every time. And so what that really means is the real key to this thing isn't going to be how great the plan is, it's going to be how well it gets executed. And we always thought that, well, if we didn't have a perfect plan, if we had a good execution, we'd be okay. And if we have a great plan and we can't execute, it doesn't work. So I do think what I am excited about, and what I think that we have an opportunity here to think about is, and I think all 7 of us probably have some preferences or something about the strategic plan that we really want and hope gets in the plan. And I think that my suggestion would be to the administration, as you're working through this plan, especially as we get towards the end, that you build in a practice that not only do we have a 4-year plan, but we have an annual review. Because what's critical about a plan is, can you adapt to changes? And there will be changes, it won't be perfect. And so it has to have some sort of an annual view and then the 4-year view. And just remember that the critical thing is going to be the execution, not necessarily the plan. And I really like our team. Our superintendent and treasurer are very collaborative. They work together great. Our assistant superintendents, we got Jeremy over there, he can even move a slide. We got Dan Hoying, and so I really think our team is well positioned to execute this plan. And so I just share those thoughts as we get towards the end of the planning phase. And I know that there are things that are critical and that are important, but also that we need to have it be adaptable, my suggestion. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments regarding the strategic plan? Board Member Armbruster.
Yeah, I think Board Member Crossett's correct that I think execution is going to be very, very key here. And I do want to second what Board Member Lindy said about that as far as buy-in from our union leadership goes, because our superintendent and the business community have clearly been driving this work and doing a tremendous job. But at the end of the day, the bulk of our workforce lives within that union, and we need their buy-in to get this across. I worked at Kroger. I implemented a company-wide program, and I needed the store associates on my side. I needed them to do the work. And so understanding that motivational factor and getting the buy-in from the people doing the work is so crucial. So I just want to put it out there publicly that I don't know what the source of tension is between the union and the strategic plan, but I would highly encourage the people that are working through it to work through it before that plan is finalized, because it is essential to have their support through this. And I would highly encourage them to figure out how they can get behind it, because it is the future of our district that we're talking about. And they're essential to that. So I would just encourage everyone that's a part of that to sit down and have those conversations.
Board Member Lindy.
I agree with everything Board Member Armbruster just said.
All right. Board Member Matt.
Well, I'm happy to hear it sounds like there's a lot of alignment from us all at this point in time around the expectations with the strategic plan, and making sure that there is a collaborative effort, I think, from all stakeholders in this. Our students are desperately needing us as as leaders, as community members, as teachers, whatever role you play in this work, they are relying on us to make decisions that are going to prioritize their academic experience. And so I'm looking forward to, again, how those priorities are evolving. I do want to just make sure that we are honing in on that instructional opportunity, right? Expanding the programming, what that looks like as it pertains to CTE, because our students need options and high quality experiences. And so, again, I am happy to hear that we are kind of gaining alignment and more consensus around what the expectations are. And I think we all are accountable to seeing this be successful.
All right. Board Member Bolton, and then Vice President Moffitt.
Yes, I think the word of the night should be alignment. And I think that we need alignment not only on the strategic plan, but we're going to need alignment across the community for the levy as well. It won't do any good to be supportive of a strategic plan and then not help us figure out how to get the money to implement the strategic plan. And I think at the core of that probably are not only those several items that the superintendent's mentioned, but I think obviously something we've talked about at great length is kind of this additional enrichment and deepening of our commitment to career tech and workforce development. I think that's where maybe we can find even greater alignment. So I look forward to seeing the strategic plan done, and then us accepting it, and the very next day is when we would have to do the vote on the levy. Isn't that right? The August 4th or something, we have to do something, and August 3rd is when we're expecting to receive the strategic plan or thereabouts. So there is alignment in the timing and the stars in the sky coming together.
Vice President Moffitt.
So I think I won't repeat some of the groups that my colleagues have mentioned, but I do see some of the community engagement opportunities that are mentioned with respect to the town halls as an opportunity to educate the community on the need for the levy. Again, about the types of levies that we're talking about. When you talk about there needs to be awareness of income tax or whatever, these are perfect examples of engagement opportunities that we have already built in that could be utilized for times such as this. Some of the key stakeholders that I see are missing, or I guess that I don't see, are some of our immigrant families, some of our families with disabilities, our neighborhood councils, our faith leaders, some business leaders, small business leaders, community leaders, some of our community partners, some of our labor groups like the AFL-CIO, special education voices, multilingual families, some of our seniors, neighborhood community representatives. I just don't see enough of the legislators. I've mentioned that several times. I just don't see enough of them. And those are the people who will help us pass our levies and need to have a seats at the table around what their expectations are for our students, for our district, and they need to be educated on the needs of our levy, and they need to be included in some of these groups as well that I just don't see. So Again, I think it's great, but I think we need to multitask with some of these opportunities around the strategic plan and some of the needs of the district. I think it's great. Thanks.
Board Member Lindy?
Thank you. I'm not on I did like a one-on-one interview with Bellwether at the beginning of all this, but I'm not on any of the other committees, so I'm not sure where the different pieces of work are. Has the financial modeling happened yet?
We are starting that process. So we had a really good meeting with the Bellwether folks last week in the middle of everything else, working through, what that process looks like.
Great, helpful. This is, I think, a good example of how this is almost there, and could be there, right? Not a disaster, but not where it needs to be yet. We just voted on 4 or 5 motions for a levy with no financial modeling yet from the strategic planning process. I think that's wacky. I understand that there are some constraints in when we need to do these things. And I want to create a path to a levy that creates the maximal impact for kids. Is there any world where the financial modeling that will happen suggests that we actually need more money than anything we voted on tonight? And the reason I'm asking is because if that's true, I'd like to make a motion to do one more. Are we tapped out? We can't do any more.
I think we could do one more. I think we pushed the time and the efforts from depends on what you want to do, but this has to be coherent. Like, we just have to have a process. Like, when we wrote the superintendent's goals for this year, the goal was a strategic plan and underlying financial plan. When I joined the board, this was now 7 years ago, there was a strategic plan that had been created, and then Treasurer Wagner, I think, would say that there wasn't a plan for how we were going to pay for any of it. Like, that's just not good. And we're at a point here where we can actually choose to do something different. And it may be that there is nothing else for this board to do tonight, but I need to ask, like, is there some version of that financial modeling where we actually needed to do more than we did tonight?
So let me just set expectations for the financial models, because there are, part of the Bellwether deliverable is going to be working together. We're going to have a series of financial models, right, based on the strategic plan. The most basic of those assumes no additional revenue, right? It assumes no levy, no additional revenue. And part of that is going to be, okay, we're going to have to make much deeper trade-offs to get the funding for strategic plan. We're going to cut much deeper across all levels. It also means that implementation is going to be much slower, right? So you're going to look at pushing things that would be year 1 to year 2, things to year 2 to year 3. And then from there, part of this is kind of these decisions happen kind of in parallel. So, I'm sure they're watching tonight. So when we talk to them again, we'll look at the kind of proposed levy scenarios and say, okay, here's some boundaries. Here's a place to go. There will definitely be a scenario that assumes, new money, right away, new money year 1, how we scaffold that. And then we committed to a third scenario that assumes kind of like no new money year 1, but in a future year, you would start to see new funds.
So I think that's actually good news, though, because what it tells me, and you please tell me, Treasurer, if I'm interpreting this incorrectly, that the motions that were passed earlier this evening create a framework through which we could vote in August on a package, or whenever we have this last vote, on a package that brings everything together, that says, here's the plan, here's how we're going to fund it, here's the group of people who are working together to make that happen. What I'm trying to size is there still a path to getting there in a way that brings things together? I think the answer you're saying is yes.
Yeah, I think there's a path. I mean,
Great.
these are parallel conversations where each board meeting gets us a little closer, and then each strategic plan meeting conversation also gets a little closer. So it's kind of like 2 tracks that are converging, and I think that convergence.
We just got to make sure they converge.
Is what you're looking for. Is these 2 tracks are going to converge.
Yeah. Just to be clear, I abstained. I didn't vote no. I think there is a path for this to happen. We just got to make sure that it does. Thank you.
So I think so we've got now a second word for today. So our first word was alignment, and now our second word is convergence. Board Member Bolton.
Just a point of clarification on the expectation. You've kind of reset some expectation there. Is the expectation that somehow we're going to have a strategic plan and it's going to have each of the things we're trying to do and the goals that we're trying to accomplish, and then somebody's going to put a dollar amount about each of those items?
At a high level, yes.
So, no.
Like I don't think by the time the strategic plan, we're gonna have like individual line items as much as this adds this amount.
So, no. It's not. We're not going to say, and that we're going to get these kinds of books for 5th grade, and it's going to cost that. It's not going to be an itemized bill of what the strategic plan is going to cost us.
It's not a bill, it's here's what this program costs, and there are ranges, right? Like everything we do has ranges, so how many books do you need? Do you buy the most expensive books? Do you buy the cheapest books?
I'm only asking in part because I didn't necessarily see the financial complementary supplemental plan as also being a budget for this strategic plan. Is it a budget for the strategic plan?
I don't think it's a detailed level budget for strategic plan. I think it's and again, there's going to be multiple versions of it. So there's the version
Broad
that
strokes.
there's a version that says we have no additional money. So your budget for strategic plan is going to be very small and assume that you're going to make massive cuts. There's a version that says, okay, we have a significant amount of money. It's going to be a little bigger, but it's not going to be like a bill of goods where you say, line. And I think there's still going to be trade-offs regardless of everything we've done today. There's going to be trade-offs. There's not a magic thing.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. I'll just add a really quick thought to all of this with regard to the strategic plan is that I think what we are heading towards and what we are seeing and some of the early information that was shared, some of the feedback that folks have given, but also some of the direction we're moving in is a district that's got to look forward and not look backward as much. And I think we look backward to learn. We look backward to find what we've done well and how do we build off of it. But we have to be heading towards where we want to go. And so I look forward to what they bring. I look forward to us being able to discuss it and have real discussion around is that where our district should head towards. But I do think it is of at least some value that providing additional educational or giving consistent quality of education throughout our district was one of the first priorities that was listed. And I think that's something that we've all said we are committed to as a board. So I do think in a lot of ways, the implementation of whatever comes through might be more of a question mark that we'll continue to go through. But I really appreciate the effort to recognize some things that parents and families say in our district, right? That they're not getting the same experiences at different schools, that they're not getting the same exposure to information in some ways. And so I think some of that is about things we've already known that we are going to figure out how to implement the process to get us in a better place for that. So I appreciate the hard work being done, but once we get the strategic plan, I don't think that stops the hard work. I think that's the first step of the next phase, and which is then we have to implement it and put it to good use. So let's keep us moving along here. Superintendent, again, one of my favorite segments now, and it's not just because it was proposed and thought of in our discussions about this agenda, but also because it gives us a chance to showcase some of the great things that we're doing in the district.
Absolutely. And so, board members, you know that we survey our community twice a year about the climate of our school district and their satisfaction with what they are experiencing and what their children are experiencing. So Jeremy has data to share with us today on the favorability of our school district.
Good evening. So on a night where we've had a lot of difficult discussions and feedback, some positive feedback is a great thing for us to end on. I'm so happy to be able to bring this to us tonight. So if you recall back in April, we did look at the climate survey, and I wanted to bring that back forward just as a quick moment of celebration as we do move out of the micro and into the macro vision of the feedback from our family and community, and call out, as we looked at then, since the implementation of our climate surveys in school year 22-23 to now, though there have been a few peaks and valleys, we have found in all 6 favorable measures that we have a very positive trend across all of them since implementation. That's a pretty good record. But really tonight, since we have looked at this before, I want to focus on 2 of the lesser visible areas of feedback and opportunities that we have. Next slide. The first one is the Title I Family Survey. So this goes to all of the families at schools that qualify for Title I. This is not data that we have typically really proposed like a review of, but I think as we start looking at all of our surveys and all of our engagement opportunities and feedback opportunities, that we want to start rolling much more of this data together. So in our Title I Family Survey, a couple of very important things stood out. One, that 82+% of our respondents stated that they were satisfied in total overall with their child's education this school year. 91% felt welcome in their children's school. 83.4% attended at least one parent-teacher conference, and 80% of the respondents said that staff, both office staff and teacher staff, were helpful and easy to talk to at their schools. Those are some pretty good response rates that we would like to see, based on, the macro view. Some of the barriers that were highlighted in that survey that we found were about 35% of the respondents were responding that they were unaware of volunteer and other planning opportunities at the schools, including LSDMCs or other opportunities, PTOs that are available. So a little opportunity there. Also, parents identified, the survey asks, essentially, what are some of the barriers and how would you rate those for your involvement in your students' education? Some of the highlights there that were interesting was they rated either large or very large barriers being communication, transportation, childcare needs, and a sense of belonging. Next slide. In addition to the Title I survey, in addition to our climate survey and our Title I survey, during the month of May, we also implemented our first website intercept. What this does is visitors coming to our website basically get a prompt to say, hey, would you like to take a quick survey to give us some information on your experience today? We had 30 responses during May that you can see 70% of the respondents were satisfied or better with their website experience. 71% reported positively that they found either some or all of the information they were looking for. And I thought also very interesting was that over 58% said that they used the district's website as the primary tool for seeking information about the district and schools individually. Now, on the flip side of that 71% who found what they were looking for, or at least mostly, that means about 30% did not find what they were looking for. So as we dig a little deeper into those responses, that'll help us mold and make some adjustments to make sure that we have the information that people are looking for available. And a third opportunity, with the changes to our report card, I want to take a little bit of latitude here to make a plug. We do have a survey that is available on the report card that has been available for the last couple of weeks, and we have not had any responses yet. So with this, we would love to ask anybody watching to please refer to the report card that came home with your elementary student, or in focus to the report card report, to please take the survey and provide us some much needed feedback. We would appreciate it greatly. Please spread the word. Any questions?
All righty. Do board members have any questions for Jeremy or the superintendent around this presentation? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Jeremy. The only thing I would maybe add is just if we can send something out to let folks know to reply to the iReady assessment.
And I would just say, if you didn't get a paper copy and you were told to look electronically, you likely didn't get this information, just to clarify. Because if parents are like, what are you talking about? It was only if you received a paper copy of your fourth quarter report card.
Yep, so if we can share it out there, that'd be great, but otherwise, thank you. Short trip for Jeremy this time, I tell you. Getting back onto the agenda here, board members were asked to provide any potential board matters, inquiries, updates, and assignments. There were 4 that were brought to my attention. If anyone have others, please feel free to do so after we go through the first 4. These are all board member bulletins, so I will open up discussion. I think the first one was the middle school naming process.
Yes, so this might end up being an assignment more than anything, in that I would really like the administration to come back with an actual full recommendations for those schools in particular, hopefully so that there is something to begin the year with. If any of them need to actually change, give us some opportunity to engage whatever school that might be if it's a significant change. So that would take care of what I was hoping is the time frame, and I will continue to try as best I can to influence some decision along the way at particular schools regarding the recapturing the name of John Isom Gaines, which I've shared before, and I'll be sharing with more. And there is some interest, there's some reason for maybe South Avondale to be considering it, or Pleasant Hill, but now I've become aware that there might be some value to having Schroeder Middle School consider the name for a number of reasons that we can go into the next time we talk about it. But I think it'd be great to have those names before us before the school year starts.
All right, so we'll take that as an assignment for the administration to bring back name suggestions, recommendations. I know we had sent it originally to policy, and I believe that it was only really to make sure that we're following the practice and the procedure. So I don't think there was anything more that policy was supposed to do in regards to that. I don't know, Chair, if you had any.
No, I think multiple things are true. The board names schools, not the policy committee. The policy committee did review the policy governing naming of schools and did make some changes specifically around soliciting ideas from students, if I remember correctly. That said, General Counsel made a good point in a meeting, which is there may need to be some narrowing function somewhere simply to make the process of board meetings as focused as possible. I think, I can't speak for other committee members, but for my part, I'm happy to try to have the committee play that kind of role. I just want the decision-making rights to be clear, that it's the board, not the policy committee that's doing the naming.
Absolutely.
But we're happy to take, our next meeting's in August, but we're happy to take a role if helpful.
Sure. So I think maybe if what we can do is have any recommendations or options that might come through, if it's of interest to the chair, to have those come through there and then come to the board as a result to move forward.
I would just say like only if it's helpful. The last thing I
Okay.
want to do is put more stuff on our agenda.
Absolutely.
So like I'll say no unless it's helpful.
I would say this, let's maybe do this. Superintendent, you and I can kind of talk through what might be the best process to move forward on that, but I do think we should get some suggestions out there sooner than later. And then I think maybe what we can also decide is if we have a number of options that might require a lot of deliberative thought to it, that we may tag the chair back in to see whether or not that's something that would go through there. But I think we can talk about long-term what that process might need to look like to ensure that these meetings are more focused and that, you know, similar to what we do with anything else that we get a recommendation that comes through. Moving along to letter B on the options here. Board Member Bolton reaching out to community councils.
Yes, this has been mentioned again tonight by the Vice President, and it was mentioned consecutively in the previous 2 meetings regarding community councils as we talk about strategic plans. And recalling not the most recent 2 strategic plans, but previously strategic plans have been shared with community councils. And usually the folks doing the community council sharing over time has been board members, very frankly. So we have an electronic version, but we also, because I'm a hard copy kind of girl, this board staff has put together a list of the most current community councils, their meeting times and their chairs, and it might be, yeah, that'd be great. it behoove us to begin to kind of consider which ones we might be interested in sharing, and that would probably be, they don't meet usually in the dead of summer, but it would really start probably in August in September. Now, that might also coincide with a levy situation as well, but I do think that we have to reach out, and I think it's been very beneficial to connect with community council. So this is just something to be thinking about, and board staff to put this together. Thank you. And again, I know board staff has an electronic version of it as well.
And I do think, again, we can talk through a strategy as far as once working with Bellwether and Redcon about materials that they can also produce for us as we talk about the strategic plan, but it also aligns with, again, the hope that strategic plan and whatever levy decision we have will be aligned together. So it'll be a happily great conversation that folks, if we can designate people to attend, as well as, potentially any other supporters who are out there who want to help out coordinating that effort. The proposed city manager takeover of the Cincinnati Recreation Centers.
I've briefed board members once before about the interest that existed in the city, in City Hall, particularly among the city manager and others, of revamping both the health board, not both, but the health board, and also the park board, and also the Recreation Commission. The Recreation Commission has a weaker charter as such than the health board or the park board. And so after the city investigated the opportunity to bring them under the direct control of the city manager, it was determined that the only of the three where there was a chance to do that without necessarily rewriting the city charter was to look at the Recreation Commission. The Recreation Commission is currently celebrating, or about to, its centennial year. And as you know, the Recreation Commission has members appointed by the mayor, and also a member appointed by the school board and also the park board. The effort that has been made, and it's been about 6 or 7 months of discussion and advocacy and pressure to bring the commission underneath the manager as such, for all intents and purposes, has now been tabled by City Council. It may reappear at some later date, but right now the urgency of it has passed in that it did not necessarily have a majority, and so it became a procedural vote that actually got tabled, and wanted to keep you abreast of that.
Thank you for that update. And then finally, the curriculum cycle.
Yes, this is something, as Member Lindy talks about significantly, and certainly as a part of the legacy of Melanie Bates as a board member, the importance of curriculum and the role that the board plays in curriculum, and also the role that curriculum councils play. It has come to my attention, spending a lot of time thinking about this. One of the things that used to exist and still does exist in smaller districts is that your professionals spend a significant amount of time writing the curriculum themselves based upon state standards, because all of the curriculum has to be standard-based. We've spent a lot more time in recent years researching and evaluating and reviewing the marketing of curricula and packages associated with curricula, as well as the materials related to it. And of course, there's a whole great effort that you have to go through to make sure the public is aware of the curriculum you're adopting, and curriculum needs to be adopted by the board. But I think it's just a curricular cycle. It might not be bad, since we still have curriculum councils with lead teachers leading it, to kind of review whether or not it may be a time again to go back to, rather than just have our professionals review existing curricula that frankly is written mostly for Texas and California than for us, and New York. It might not be a bad idea to kind of see what it might mean to kind of go back to a more of an old school state standards writing of the curriculum by your in-house professionals. Just something to think about. And for us to continue to talk about, because there's a lot to talk about regarding curriculum.
Awesome.
But that's all I had to.
I think that's absolutely a topic we could probably cover in a future Cal meeting as to kind of what the curriculum process looks like. And again, I think we have a significant change to how curriculum is being managed. So it'd be worthwhile to also discuss that in the frame of that. So we will make sure to add that to future Cal discussions. Any other assignments, inquiries, updates? Board Member Matt?
Yes, so for the past 2 meetings and the past few weeks, we have received robust emails and heard through the hearing of the public from our parents and families at Fairview Clifton. And I would like for our superintendent to make sure that there's continual conversations and also ensure that there's a collaborative effort to mitigate and resolve the concerns that have been discussed or presented to us. And also, again, within that plan or action plan, making sure that it is specifically aligning to the policies that we have in place to ensure equity and the safety and belonging of our students, our teachers, and our families overall.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Seeing none. A consent agenda was distributed to board members. Before we take a motion in a second for that, are there any exceptions? Board Member Matt?
Yes, so starting with the superintendent's report, no for section D. And then for the treasurer's report, page 6, line items number 4 and 5. Page 7, line item number 1. Page 13, line item number 6. And lastly, page 16, line item number 3.
Alrighty. Yeah.
On the superintendent's recommendation, I am no on section D.
Okay.
And that's it.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, another
I just wanted to make sure I clarified for Treasurer Guston that for the treasurer's report, I was abstaining from those. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
I was going to ask, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Alrighty. Do we have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Seeing no discussion, Treasurer Guston?
Ms. Armbruster?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt?
Yes, with exceptions.
President Craig?
Yes. Alrighty. Again, thank everybody for participation in lively discussion today. I want to remind everybody that the district will be participating in the Pride Parade this coming up weekend. So for folks who can come out and cheer us on and/or want to jump in a parade with us, feel free to stop on through. But otherwise, with no further business, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Second.